Pulley. The Crimson Pulley is a faction that I've done several forts with in the same world. And we are trying to build up this faction from its current state of severe isolation because it's basically stuck in a mountain range pretty far away. So if I look at the world map here real quick, just for the overview's sake, this is where this faction lives. They are locked inside of this mountain range with a Necromancer Tower of all fucking things. So eventually we will try and fight that Necro Tower. But the first fort that we did in this world was this one. This was Umber Bulwark, which has actually grown. Umber Bulwark is a pretty small fortress, kind of out of the way of things. The second fortress that we started was this one. This is Hotbeards. Hotbeards of the Sweltering Sand and the Crimson Pulley. Very successful fort on a big river. Has a huge damming system to completely dam off the river and a bunch of other fun water toys. But this is Mothfall. Mothfall is less of an ambitious fort than Hotbeards. And the current fort. You can raid it just like any other site. True pin. Or with an adventurer. Same way you'd attack anything. But this is Mothfall. Now, Mothfall is named after an adventurer that I had. I had an adventurer that was an elf who was riding on a giant moth and got caught in the next waterfall down the way and drowned. So we called this fortress Mothfall. Mothfall is a very shallow fort. This is as far down as we've dug, right? So it's very shallow. Well, actually, technically we've dug down further, but I'll show you in a sec. The actual fortress itself is this lower layer down here, this middle layer, this layer here, and then we are constructing upwards, and then we're going to keep building upwards. So that is this fortress here. That's where we're all living, kind of in that very small spot. And the plan is to build a tower on this corner and a tower on the right corner down there. But if we go down, down, at the bottom of this river, we have this huge area that we've dug out here. And we actually have gone down into the caverns, and I'm just going to leave them open, meaning anything that wants to walk out of the caverns can and will walk out of the caverns. Raid, you go to raid. If you don't know how to raid something, you hit C, you go to the map, you select I'm not going to actually do it. You select the location that you want to raid. There's 5,000 goblins in that pit. You select the location that you want to raid, you press R, and then you press enter. You select what squads you want to send. Then you back out of that, and then you hit D for details, and you can raid and try and avoid detection. You can pillage, which is just attack them. You can attempt to raise them, which is attack and destroy the site. You can demand one try-time tribute. You can demand ongoing tribute. You can... You can... I hit the wrong button. You can conquer and occupy, or you can demand surrender and occupy. We're not going to do any of these things. In fact, I'm going to remove that mission. But that's what you can do. And you can raid anybody that isn't your faction. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm intentionally leaving a bunch of things in this fortress so that things can go wrong. This world is very shallow because of the custom world gen stuff we did. So it only goes down to layer 65. No, there's no such thing as a dumb question in Dwarf Fortress. You're fine. So this layer and the second layer are connected, and I'm assuming the third layer is also connected. But we blocked off the way down to the second layer, so only the first layer is active. We've got dwarves running down here and making cloth for us left and right, which is kind of lovely. And yeah, so the fortress itself is up on the surface primarily, but we do have access to the underground. And that's where we're getting a lot of our materials and stuff. Most of the dwarves are working outside, and this fortress is kind of supposed to be like a military outpost or like a trade hub kind of thing. Hotbeards is kind of the capital of this side of the mountain range, whereas Mothfall is kind of an extension of that. Only dumb question is not asked, and your grandfather told you that? Yeah, I mean, like I've had people ask me, it's like, how do I make the dwarves dig? And like that's a thing that like Clinodev will meme about, where he just says how dwarf dig, but it's like it's a legitimate question. It's like figuring out how to make the dwarves dig if you don't know is like actually kind of complicated. So there is no such thing as a dumb question in Dwarf Fortress. There are, however, rude questions like that one person learned that one time. We're currently cleaning up after a goblin siege because we did get attacked, and we did lose quite a few dwarves in the fighting. But overall, what are they doing? Please just forbid that. I don't want you to bring the corpses out of the drawbridge. That seems kind of pointless. We're supposed to dump them. I actually taught you how to dig in DF? Really? Oh, we need a traction bench. Did I not make one of those? Thought I made one. I guess I didn't. Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's something I forgot to do. The dwarves in this fortress are Wuchi, Freeways, Letharticus, Stone, Nox, Pink Fluffy Llama, Meg, Yuma, Cussy, Red Octobear, Darren, Tapioca, Kettlars, and Mark. But yes. Some of these dwarves, like this one, has actually moved over here. And Tapioca also moved over here. So, you know, a lot of these dwarves have lived in a few places. And you will say that you love watching this game. You can't do anything in this game. You can get up, downstairs to work. Just remember, up, downstairs in Dwarf Fortress work exactly the same way as they do in The Sims. It's just easier to wrap your brain around it because in The Sims, it's pictures instead of words. Play The Sims a little bit. Look at how they do stairs. You can either have stairs that cut down through a floor or stairs that go up through a top floor. And you can have stairs that go through the floor above and the floor below. So you do an upstair into an up-down stair into a downstair for a 3-floor. Or you do an upstair into a downstair, or a downstair into an upstair. If you just do up, downstair, up, downstair, up, downstair, you have a ceiling with a hole in your roof. Very easy. It's just a matter of wrapping your brain around it. I require melt designated items. So, like, you know, a downstair will go down through the ground, right? An up-down stair will go up to the stair above, also down below, so I can put another up-down stair so that I can put an upstair. So now it goes up, up, down, down. If I go down to here, I can do an upstair, and then right above it, I can do a downstair. Or I could just do 2 up-down stairs, but the problem with doing 2 up-down stairs next to it is it would also put a hole up here in the ground and allow anything on the layer down here to maybe jump up to the stairs. So unless you want unwanted baddies crawling up through your floor, or rats, there you go. I mean, I have this skill that I've acquired over a very long career, called explaining how the fuck Dwarf Fortress works, because I have to trick people into watching this game somehow, so the only way I can do that is by giving them like a slight marginal understanding of how this game works. Otherwise, people just don't care. Do you have any preference on Dwarf, Bloodcat, if you would like one? Just let me know what kind of dwarf you'd like. We can give you a dwarf. This fortress has a sad story, though. One of my adventurers in this fortress was a goblin, and that goblin had a pet cat who came to the fort as a kitten. And the cat is still here. Where are you? I think. Yeah, there it is. Nest. This cat. This cat would always be waiting for their goblin mom to come back whenever they'd go out fighting. and would always have a small rodent in their mouth waiting for them, and would always follow them to the edge of the map before fighting would happen. And in the recent siege that we had here, our goblin died. And so now this cat still brings small rodents to the returning soldiers. And I've seen it do it a couple of times. Sad story. No, they're not direction based. It's what part of the floor it knocks things out. So yeah, if you're thinking it's direction based, like upstairs for only going up and downstairs for only going down, no, it's the direction that the stair itself is facing, not the direction that you walk up and down them. This is also part of the reason why I think like a lot of YouTube tutorials over-explain things in Dwarf Fortress. Like, stuff in Dwarf Fortress is really simple. You just have to use the right words to explain them. But I've definitely seen people that are just like ridiculously confused by really silly things. Like, people get so confused about the simplest concepts in Dwarf Fortress just because people over-explain them. Where it's really not necessary to over-explain things that much. Yes, this is also true. All right, so you should be leaving. Goblin Snatcher, Sunless Stalker. Goblin Snatcher, Sunless Stalker. Word. All right, so we need to do a few. We need to get a few things going. But one of the things that we need is we got sieged from up here. Is kind of a concern. So we need a better method of defense, because right now I have those two squads that also need to be added on to. So I'm going to find some dwarves that could work as a military dwarf. Prone to hatreds. You brave? Can't handle stress. Cool. Zodel, go join the military. I need somebody else. How about Ibel? You seem pretty okay about seeing dead bodies. Dreams of mastering a skill. Excellent. Is bashful. Brave in the face of imminent danger. Perfect. I need 2 squads of 10 dwarves at least. Maybe, ideally more. You'd make a better doctor. Do you have any preferences? If you said that you had any preferences, I missed them. Just any dwarf? Okay. Any dwarf. All right, well then I will hold the down arrow. Close my eyes and look up and go 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 6, 1,000, 9, 10, 12, 13, I don't know. Let go. What do we get? Let's go to the first one below that. All right, so nil. Nil, 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 nil. So Bloodcat, aka Nil, has 9 kills, 3 trolls, 4 trolls, and 2 beak dogs. You're married. You have a wife who doesn't live here. And your youngest daughter is Meg, who's one of our bone carvers. You have 2 passing acquaintances, and you worship a billion gods. Specifically, Alron, the deity of jewels. Nokor, the deity of creation, birth, rebirth, and death. Rimul, deity of lightning, storms, and thunder. You worship Thor. How cool. You worship Stool, associated with victory, war, and fortresses. You worship Lemur. The marriage and wealth is the thing that they represent. You worship Diamond Deller Diamond Crest, the mountainous deity of the Crimson Pulley, associated with mountains. You worship Serral, the lens of pregnancies, which is associated with song and inspiration. Limul, who's the deity of minerals. And you worship Imaz, who's the deity of laws. And lastly, the deity of crafts and metals, Sokzul. As for your thoughts, you had a sparring session and this pleases you. And he feels pleasure after a sparring session and felt satisfied after learning about S.H.I.E.L.D. The TV show, obviously. And he is 111 years old, born on the 28th of Moonstone in the year 63. Not 64, 63. He has very long sideburns that are neatly combed, a very long mustache that is neatly combed, a very long beard that is arranged in double braids, and a very long hair that is neatly combed. His nose is extremely narrow, and he has a low voice, and his lips are very thin, and his head is somewhat narrow. His hair is gray mixed with black, and his skin is dark peach. His eyes are heliotrope. He's unbelievably strong, absolutely inexhaustible, and extremely agile. Bloodcat likes Salphorite, Bismuth bronze, honey yellow beryl, emperor penguin leather, deer antler, and naff paper, and the color dark indigo. Crossbows and large gems and ballista arrows and cavies for their adorable call, and the giant swans for their beauty. I've never seen a giant swan in Dwarfort. I don't think I've ever seen a swan in Dwarfort. Giant swans for their beauty and the sound of the embraces of satin and the sight of the embraces of lathering, and when possible prefers to consume tomato wine, cabriolas, and you can't stand jumping spiders. How old is this game? It reminds you of the golden era of PC gaming. I think it started in approximately 2003 was when they started fiddling with this game. 2003? He personally is disgusted by merrymakers and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He is naturally trustful of everybody and is a dyed-in-the-wool quarreler, never missing a chance to lash out in verbal hostility. Sounds like me. And he is bothered by this since he values friendship. Also sounds like me. And he is not readily moved by art or natural beauty. Nothing like me. And is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention, and he is always tense and jittery. By the way, I totally blowed over this, but Bloodcat, enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days, courtesy of an anonymous gifter. Shoutouts to an anonymous gifter. If anybody else is feeling generous, Tapioca also could use this up. I'm just going to say that out loud. Anyway, he's always tense and jittery and doesn't focus on material goods, isn't particularly curious about the world, and enjoys the company of others. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He starts talking to himself when he becomes exasperated, and he shakes his finger when he's down and when he's trying to remember something. And he shakes his finger up and down when he's trying to remember something. I guess kind of like a kind of thing. Shakes his finger up and down when he's trying to remember something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Bow, bow, bow. There we go. We need refined coal. Is anybody on that yet? No. Do I have a manager right now, or did my manager die in the fighting? Nope, it's Letharticus. Where the heck's Letharticus? Constructing granite blocks. Did you do something that doesn't take 15,742 years? Oh, let's go to your inventory. Forbid it. Can you drop that block? Sometimes it's kind of hard to make them drop a block. Turn that on. Fine. He'll get there eventually. He'll get there eventually. But yes, this is the bigger, more busy fort. But we do have this little moat that is quite successful. and has only claimed a couple of lives so far, which is pretty nice. Placing more coffins. So let's check the cloth stocks real quick. Doing all right on spider silk. I think we're going to make some clothing. Silk robe, 10. Silk shirt, 10. Silk brow, 10. Silk. Let's do socks, 10. And then cloth glove, 10. Cloth mitten, 10. And then right here, we're going to process more plants. We're doing above ground and below ground farming. We're farming down here. No, we're farming here. We're not farming down here currently, but we can. We also need to set up more beds, so we can do that. I'm also just kind of putting bedrooms everywhere because I think it's fun. Okay, we're doing wooden floors from looks of things. Maybe down here we'll do slightly nicer floors. Nah, let's do the wooden floors. It's fine. The real shame about the wooden floors is the fact that I have all this coffee wood, which means I'm cutting down coffee trees, and the fact that dwarves can't make coffee makes me so sad. Would you imagine how hyperactive and fast dwarves would go if we gave them caffeine? Like, they think alcohol is cool, but, like, imagine, like, dwarves on Red Bull. The spontaneous fights would be very, very constant. I mean, they can. They don't really, like, they can end up living in different fortresses, yeah. Just like people who, you know, are married in real life can end up working jobs in different places. But do they visit each other? I mean, I guess that's a theoretical possibility, but I've never seen it happen. Let's place this traction bench in here. There's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that are, like, theoretically possible. But will they ever actually happen? Eh. You know? They do often cheat on each other, though. Dwarves are very frequently have super open relationship. To build all of those beds before I theoretically will have enough bedrooms. But yeah, this is a much more normal dwarven fort, running at much more normal speeds and with a much more normal population count. It's still a little low, but we were up to 90 before the last fight. Unlike Long Death, which is a bit of a... Long Death is a bit out of the ordinary. Like, not a lot of forts are like Long Death. Also, I should probably update the title of the stream, probably. But yeah, no, dwarves are getting better at this. Tarn's getting better at teaching the dwarves these things, but dwarves are pretty historically terrible about family. Like, mama dwarf will have baby, carry baby around for a year, and then just drop baby, and baby's on their own. Good luck, baby. Have fun, baby. See you in, like, 15 years, baby. Kind of thing. So, like, dwarves are, like, historically really bad at, like, family care. However, Tarn is doing his best to make them better about that sort of thing. And like this, the premium version, hopefully, fingers crossed, will include a feature that I really want, which is chores is the official title for it. The unofficial title for it is child labor, which is just kids can now do basic tasks, basically. So it'll allow kids in Dwarf Fortress to be able to haul and do some basic construction labors and stuff, which is a huge deal in my opinion. Also, this fortress has 2 chameleon people. We have Thalu Pulley, who killed a honey badger once, and is one of my most personally fond of characters in the fort. I really, really like this person. Has a few kindred spirits, including the goblin, who very unfortunately died. This is actually a pretty big deal. For a chameleon person, too, because, like, chameleon people are small in Dwarf Fortress, meaning probably about a foot tall, the chameleon man. Like, he's, like this is very, very small person. Enjoy your lurks, Space Pirate. I hope that the Space Pirate plunder was good today. My phone just vibrated. I have a package that's approximately being delivered in 1 hour. I don't know if they're going to phone me or anything. I don't know how they're going to get in my building, but... I'm always iffy about using new delivery services because I'm always like, are they actually going to make it into my building? I don't know. We're going to set up some more farming down here. Uh-oh. Rimtar, the ghostly hunter, has risen and is haunting the fortress. Never mind, we're going to deal with that first. A ghost, yes, has risen and is haunting the fortress. Do it now. Make us a slab. Stat, boy. I don't actually know if I have any, Oh, there is a slab engraved for him. I just need to place it somewhere. Building a little memorial grave over here. Why would a chameleon person need clothes? Why do you need clothes? Oh man, really? We're gonna swap soundscapes. Let's jump over to this one.
Crypt jams, crypt debug, crypt jams.
You need clothes because you'll scare everyone if you don't have them? I mean, same with that chameleon person, then. Lamond, thank you very much for the 7th month. 7th month of the 7th month. Cheers. 7th son of a 7th son. 7th son of a 7th son. Let's just make some charcoal for a bit. Also, thank you very much, seriously, for the 7th month. Welcome back. I wish that this zombie person would leave. So, as somebody who's owned a chameleon, you know they can't actually do that, right? They can change the hues and shifts of their colors to generally blend in with their surroundings. It's like the difference between wearing like green camo or dark green camo, but they're not like literally multicolored colors like they are in cartoons. Like that's kind of not real. They're not like neutral and visible or anything. They do change color, but not to the extent that Ringo can. There you go. Rimtar the Ghostly Hunter has been put to rest. Cool. There's plenty of different types of dwarves, which is a capital S spoiler, but or ghosts, which some can be negative and some aren't. If you want me to run through them, I can. But TLDR, ghosts go from being super passive and like a null point issue, all the way up to possessing dwarves and then using them to murder people. My mayor, Morale, withdraws from society. We have a strange mood. Yeah, I mean, there are some octopodes that are much better at it, but even them, like, they can't, like... You're a legendary glassmaker. Oh, fuck. I don't have any sand in this map. I mean, if Microsoft can't do it, neither can the dwarf. But, like, what if legendary glass sword? What time of year is it? Late winter? Aren't we getting traders soon? No, I don't think we are. Something I could try. I'll try deconstructing that, and then I'll reconstruct it after if it doesn't do what I hope it will. They are building a glass forge. Let's see if that's what he wants. Over by the pink tables. Dwarf with the little white exclamation point. Looks like it. He's making a beeline for it. Great. Well, claims the glass furnace, then obviously sits there. Shining bars of metal. Okay. Cut gems. Okay. Quarry. Okay. Pictures of glass. Spring's arrived. Also, oh man, really? Clearly you've never read or seen any of the admittedly terrible movies of Fantastic Four, because there's lots of bits about the why do you need clothes if you can go invisible? Lots of awkward, let's have reasons to show Miss Fantastic in a towel jokes. All right, so we're now into spring. We're basically on the equator, so we don't really get seasons here. We have the wet season and the less wet season. So that's just clay. We're going to try this underground. And by underground, I mean underground. I love just the blood flowing over the waterfall. Lovely. Yeah, don't. Terrible movies. But, I mean, Mrs. Fantastic, the lady in Fantastic Four, can go invisible. And they use that as a excuse to, like, constantly, like, make her clothes explode for, like, no reason. Very anime like that, actually, now that I think about it. Oh no, my disguise! Yeah, exactly. Starts sweating. I don't think your sweat's invisible. I mean, you may have seen that movie, and it's very forgettable. There's 2 different spots I can try this. But because there's no sand on this embark, I can't make glass. So this dwarf is just dead. Unless I have some way of obtaining glass. This is on Disney Plus. It's a awkwardly horny movie. I mean, it does, but it's the wrong time of year. You're not a fan of superhero movies? I would tend to agree, yeah. Not really the sort of person who likes to just see the same characters in a slightly different storyline time and 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 time again. It's just, it gets kind of samey. Hack down some of these trees down here. Maybe not all these. Sarah. Okay, so one of them turns around to just deconstruct. Let's see what happens. Oh, and I also kind of want to dig out all this. Dig out this zone right here. I like to open up the caverns a little bit once we're down in them, especially the area that we're going to be running around in a bunch. Makes stealth a little harder for giant cave spiders, which are actually like the scariest creature you can run into in the game. They are ridiculously OP. Yeah, I don't know. I've retroactively started to dislike a lot of the superhero movies I've seen in my life, just because of the abundance of them. There's just, it's a classic issue of there's too many fucking superhero movies. Just fucking stop making fucking superhero movies. That's my take on superhero movies, is stop fucking making superhero movies. I get it, they make money, but there's more important things in life than money. But they'll never understand. But bad news. It didn't do what I hoped it'd do. I was hoping it would give us sand on that tile, but it didn't. So now, run up here. Clay, loamy sand, which we can't do anything. Peat and clay. Think down. Peat, clay, loamy sand, which you can't do anything with. Clay loam. It's just the same biome in the whole zone. Hey, Armor, what's up, dude? Bummer. Jess! Cheers! Thank you much for the raid. Hey, Mr. Joker Boy. How's things? Were you guys crusading? Jess, hi. Reza, what's up? Hapako, hi. As well as Alistair and Infinity. And J-Sog, just some old guy.
Just raid a just jam, just raid, just raid, just jam, just raid, just raid, just jam, just raid, just raid, just jam, just raid.
So I'm led to believe from this comment that just raid, just raid, just jam, just raid, just raid, just jam. There's a good beat to that. I like it. Checks out. Yeah, it does. So, Jess, do you raid and do you jam? Also, if you guys don't know Jess, Jess is a member of my stream team. She's a full-time Crusader Kings 3 streamer, and she refuses to admit it. Streams Crusader Kings and more Crusader Kings, and then sometimes more Crusader Kings. And when you run out of Crusader Kings, then more Crusader Kings, right? And then probably, what? Potion Crafter? Oh, did you actually? Jeez, I thought... Oh, you play Core Keeper. Okay, so Crusader Kings, and then you crusade your kings into Core Keeper. So, same thing. I definitely looked at what everybody was doing today. But thank you very much for the raid. We're playing in the Crimson Pulley, and currently I'm questing for sand because my mayor decided to make an artifact. The problem with this is they want sand because they want to make glass. The issue with this is I have no sand on this entire map, which is kind of problematic. No proof. What you intended? Hold on, actually. What did you start with today? I'm being stocky. Did you start with something else this morning? No, it does look like you did indeed start with Core Keeper today. So I can't even accuse you of being like, oh, you swapped. Nah. Can't even do that. You can always go back and redeem proof. I mean, that's up to you at this point. Kettle Lars, the militia commander, has bestowed the name Nisex Magal on a bismuth bronze sword. So yeah, my mayor's committing suicide, I suppose. So due to mayor's insanity, I guess we have to replace the mayor. The question is, who do we give the mayor job to? I think we definitely give it to the cheesemaker, right? May or may not. May or may die. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Let's give it to the cheesemaker. So we have a new mayor temporarily until the next election period because this guy's not going to live very much longer. Unfortunately, there isn't much I can do about that unless we get really lucky, which I'm doubtful that's going to happen. And there we go. We have a new mayor temporarily, who is embarrassed after sleeping in the grass. I guess he didn't have a bedroom. He was angry after getting into an argument, and his right hand is gone. Right, yes. This is a dwarf from the previous fortress, whose right hand is gone because it was removed by a goblin. Yeah. Anyway, so lost a hand, but, you know, has killed another dwarf, which is great, as well as a whole bunch of trolls in Leak Evil, a troll in Complex Sin, a troll in Plague Flicker, a troll in Bridge Fiend, a goblin in Bridge Fiend, a troll in Bridge Fiend, a troll in Diamond Greatness, and Demon Greatness. Demon Tightness, not Demon Greatness. And 2 trolls in Pack Thief. Who, you know what, Autumn? You can be, I don't know. Chat, call dibs. Anybody want? Where they hate a particular vegetable? Yeah, not to be confused with Carrot Eagle or Broccoli Evil. One of my favorite, like, things ever. Reza calls dibs. Done. Reza, you're my mayor until you get voted out of office, which is probably going to happen. Is embarrassed after sleeping in the grass, naturally. I would be too. You are married to Shortast, and you have one child named Solon, Geiswald. Your wife didn't come with you to this fortress, and neither did your son. So I can only assume that you got booted out. You have a pet turkey named Zulban. Yeah, very proud of that. Shoutouts to my mom who donated $250 though. So shoutouts. Where credit is due, I suppose, you know. But yes, we've done very well for Project Hope. The lovely people who watch this stream are very generous. But there's no end date and the goal doesn't matter, so It'll go away when it needs to go away. You are 89 years old, born on the 1st of granite in the year 86. Very long sideburns that are braided, and a very long mustache that is neatly combed. A very long beard that is arranged in double braids, and very long hair that is arranged in double braids. Heliotrope eyes that have large irises, and as somewhat broad ears have large hanging lobes. Whew, almost burped. He has a prominent chin, and his right hand is gone. His dark peach skin is wrinkled, and his nose bridge is slightly convex. His head is tall, and his hair is black with flecks of gray. Reza likes hematite, lay pewter, milk quartz, and tunnel tube wood. Pond grabber leather, and moose hoof, and the color violet. Spears and shields and raspberry bushes for their fruit. And the sound of the sparkles of aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume sweet potato wine, and absolutely can't stand lizards, no matter how cute they are. And has an absolutely remarkable sense of others' emotions and a great ability to focus. Personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice is truly disgusting. The concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, and views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. He finds perseverance to be of the greatest qualities one can have, and sees family as the most important thing, one of the most important things in life. Views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, and believes that peace is always preferable to war, and has a negative views of those who exercise power over others, and values artwork and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the harm of those around him, and often feels filled with joy, is gripped by crippling shyness, and tends to be passive in discussions. He is quite polite and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. He has an active sense of humor after wearing old clothing in 161 and lives a fast-paced life. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and has a greedy streak and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and always takes a breath whenever he's surprised. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. As somebody who doesn't care about anything anymore, I concur. As for this guy, I'm not too worried about him. We'll just kind of let him go nuts in his own time, because he will. The old mayor. The old mayor. But yeah, I hope that Jess's stream was good today. Hope that you guys had fun. Anything particularly exciting happen, or was it just a good old core keeper stream? How are you guys all enjoying that game? I've seen I've seen that it's doing real well, and I see that people really seem to like it. I don't know if anybody here has listened to the podcast episode, but FG was very glowing about it. Can you have a dwarf? Absolutely. Do you have any preference on kind of dwarf? Military? Okay. You have a death wish or something? You see, the smart players are the ones who are like, I want the safest, most boring job that that are the least frequent to die, because then they last this fort and then survive into the next fort and the next fort and the next fort. When you're like military, it's like, well, okay. But give me a sec. Just designating some stuff. The muffins. Yes. I too have seen that internet video. I did mention Core Keeper. You enjoyed it maybe more than you thought you would. The exploration is pretty fun. Gotcha. You would like a military dwarf. Would you like a swords dwarf? Would you like a legendary named swords dwarf? Would you like a hammered dwarf? Would you like the 1X dwarf? Would you like a brand new recruit that I'm about to add? we got options. Like I said, just let me know what kind of dwarf you want. Feel bad for dwarves that are just like never feels any feelings for anybody else ever, and then it's just like they value family as one of the most important things in life. It's like, well, you're never gonna have a family. Had a bus ride. I hope it was successful. You killed a goblin and a beak dog, as well as a bunch of trolls, a bunch of goblins, equaling at a total of 21 kills. You're Etur, and you're now Seeker. And Seeker says, I don't mind stirring things up, and was interested remembering learning about dodging and didn't feel anything after being unable to practice a craft for so long, but was interested after learning about dodging, satisfied upon improving dodging. He was panicked after being attacked. Well, that's natural. He worships Deller Diamond Crest the Mountainous, which is a very simple god, only one god. In fact, if you worship Deller Diamond Crest the Mountainous, deity of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with mountains. Mountains. You like mountains. You're 65 years old. Not as cool as 55, frankly. Born on the 21st of Timber in the year 110. He isn't tall, but has incredible muscles and very long sideburns that are neatly combed. I've never seen that. He isn't tall. Has anybody here seen that before? That's a new one for me. He isn't tall. Anyway, he isn't tall, but has incredible muscles. Very long sideburns that are neatly combed, and a very long mustache arranged in double braids. His very long beard is braided, and his hair is clean shaven. His heliotrope eyes have large irises, and he has a broad, prominent chin. His lips are thick, and his hanging lobed ears are extremely tall. His hair is black, and his skin is dark peach. I mean, they're incredible, not uncredible. Come on. He is basically unbreakable, unbelievably strong, indefatigable, very agile, and rarely sick. Seeker likes mica, tin, pinfire opal, goose tooth, geese don't have teeth, the colors sky blue, and 8-sided prisms, backpacks, figurines, and pigs for their snorts. I want to read that as pigs for their sports, but pigs for their snorts. And giant spider monkeys for their long limbs, and the words of the paper of lace, and the sight of the wondrous lark, and prefers to consume mussel, blood amaranth beer, and can't stand hamsters. Hopping to bedsies? We'll see you when we see you, animal. I might still be on when you wake up, depending on when you wake up. Or it might, just be ending when you wake up. He lacks confidence in his abilities and is very ambitious, looking for a way to better his situation. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he tends to avoid crowds. He doesn't seek out excitement and can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. He doesn't mind a little bit of tumult and discord in the day-to-day living, and he is conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he is stubborn, though he is conflicted by this part of himself, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he occasionally can overindulge. He scratches his head when he's thinking, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. You wake up in 7 hours? That might be right at the end of the stream. But that's pushing it. I will, just be ending it. Or I will have, just ended. But maybe we'll see you. Alright, we're going back to the upper constrictions. Also, chat, streamer's going to sell it for a second. Remind everybody, it only takes 1 penny to get third place on that leaderboard. If you happen to have a bid on your account, that is. I know at least for some people, myself included, bits for surveys just rolled out. Ta-ta. Sleep well, animal.
Thanks for reminding me.
Ding! You done did it. Thanks for the $1, B-Lug. I know, because FG gave me hers earlier today. FG reminded me, and I looked at my account, I was like, oh. Chat, can I get a couple beers for B-Lug taking 3rd place? Even though alphabetically he should get 2nd, but... Wait, what? Hope I did the right wall type. I think I did. Okay, I did. It was just right next to the one I didn't want to use. All right, I need a few more military dwarves. Just a few more. But we're getting there. So by filling in the ceilings up here and the walkways around it, we're both setting up an area to build another layer, but also filling in these enough so that I can place these beds in here and make these into more bedrooms. Which is good. All right, so now we got to go up to the side across from it and do the same thing. Above ground constructions are very tedious in the current game. App is slow, rip. But to anybody who's wondering, the plan for the rest of the stream is we're going to probably do... Well, I mean, we swapped over to this fort, what, like 40 minutes ago now, I think? Has it been that long? I actually don't know when I swapped over to this fort, but swapped over to this fort not too long ago. And we're going to be playing this fort, I don't know, probably for another 3.5, 4 hours. And then after that, I'm going to mess around with some 7-Day RL stuff. I got a bunch of 7-Day RL roguelikes from that game jam downloaded, and we're going to go through a couple of those. Oopsies. Yeah, why do I keep hitting the capital? Keep on accidentally capitalizing my floor button. And keeps trying to make fortifications instead of floors. Yay! Welcome back, Infinity. And I'm going to have to run to the door to pick up a delivery in a couple of minutes. Because I'm waiting on a thing to get delivered. Let's fill this in. I'm going to have to leave you guys alone in a couple of minutes here. Sure that you guys can take care of yourselves and be behaved. Right, chat? Do I only have 2 bars left? Jeez. Well, we are still making granite blocks. Might as well just fill this whole area in and then we'll work on more. But chat, how you guys doing out there today? Everybody enjoying your week so far? Hope it's been all right. How the heck am I gonna do that? I think I have enough blocks left to do this. Fill this corner in. 2, actually. All right. But yeah, no, it's, this new schedule so far is interesting. Like, normally I'd look at the clock right now and be like, man, I've got like an hour left in the stream, like an hour 15, but it's like, I look at the clock right now, I'm like, almost halfway done. Maybe a little past halfway done. You found out you will have to pay a visit to the government office to take care of some paperwork? Oh, it's not bad paperwork. Looking at this corner bedroom and going, I have no idea how I'm going to organize this. The elves have arrived to trade. Unfortunately, up until this point, I haven't really had anything. Just to renew an ID. Oh, that's not too bad. I have to renew my passport next year, actually. Actually, is it next year? It might be the year after. So the issue with trading with the elves is I don't really have anything that I can realistically trade them. Outside of like some weapons, I guess? I mean, I could sell them some lead pedestals. Those are fine. Could sell them some lead pedestals and some gabbro mechanisms, I guess? None of those are studded with wood or anything, or they shouldn't be. Let's plant some fisher berries there and some flax there. Let's process some plants. Milk some animals. And process some plants. The elves almost never bring sand, but if they do bring sand, I will buy it. But it's not sand that I need, it's glass. I haven't even arrived yet, though. Yes, no, I'm aware of this, Tapioca, yes. But it depends on if they bring sand. I mean, if they've brought sand, I will buy sand from them, but which is why I'm trading with them, but I'm just not holding out hope right now, that's all. Raider has been requested. It is Darren. There you are. Who's currently drinking. Odd place to go to drink. Oh, never mind. Actually, never mind. You want me to make shields? I have any materials I can make into shields? Probably. Let's make a bronze shield. All right, let's see. My trader goes off to get his drink. Drinking currently. Or they need to make a stockpile in the tavern full of drinks. Okay, he's running over to trade now. Let's make another glass furnace right next to this one. All right. Right, sandy clay, silty clay, clay loam, fire clay loam, silty clay loam, and clay. I don't see any sand. Which sand pairs. Unfortunately, that's not going to get us real far. I brought a horse, a giant wolf, a cougar, a crow, a weasel. Yeah, unfortunately, nothing I can make glass from. And yeah, I don't think they have any glass. Rip. You can't tell me I didn't look, chat. Can't tell me I didn't try. I checked every layer. Tried every option, but instead all we got was peaches, blueberries, and berries. Which is actually, like, kind of lovely. Alas, I mean, worse things have happened. That's my silver lining? Well, not really. It's kind of unrelated, actually. We're going to brew some drinks from fruits, though. Get some more fruit drink variety. Cancels milk animal, no creature that can be milked, okay? Make some cheese. I don't know if I actually have any milk to make into cheese, but if we do, damn it, we're going to make some cheese. Well, looks like all of those clothes are getting made. Looks like my little chameleon person is making all of the clothings. Satisfied at work, but bored after being unable to wander. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's make a stockpile for drinks. Right here. And also finished meals. Placing a bunch of cabinets in these bedrooms up here. Adding some more bedrooms. Perfect. Satisfied when teaching striking. I'm a little worried about this dwarf. Not that worried. Like, slightly worried, but, like, not worried enough to actually be concerned, if that makes any sense. Do I not have a chief medical dwarf? Isn't that? Okay. That's a concern. You don't have all the medical jobs, meaning probably nobody does. I got this dwarf that's been waiting to have their legs set for like a month. Whoops. Imagine just hanging out in the hospital waiting for the doctor to do your surgery and they just forget or don't know how. Although I guess that's just like being in a for-profit hospital where they just forget that you exist. Are becoming a question of how the hell? Do I finish this bit? To figure it out. We'll have to figure it out. We've struck red pyro. It keeps on like throwing me off. It's like, how am I finding new things? Oh, it's because, you know, we're digging down here and stuff. Which I also constantly forget. Kind of hoping that we'll get a forgotten beast sooner rather than later. Really like to fight some beasts in this fort. They're putting beds away. If anybody has any questions about dwarves or this fort or anything, give me a shout. Chat's a little lurky right now, so I'm looking for any way to kind of keep the conversations rolling, if you know what I'm saying. But it is that time of day. It's like lurk o'clock. I still need like 2 more dwarves in the military. Let's knock you out. Can replace that with a wall. The fact that you crack easily under pressure is such a bummer. You'd be such a good dwarf if you only just didn't crack under pressure. That feeling when like you get a text message from the delivery that you're waiting that's just like, sorry we missed you. It's like, you didn't knock on my door. It's like, you literally have the code to unlock my door. I mean, all right. The heck? Guess I'll have to call them tonight then. Or send them an email. That's a bother. It's not my fault they don't know how to unlock a door. But yeah, so one of the things that I'm kind of thinking about doing with this fort is kind of spending... Ooh, never mind. Look up, chat, if you're lurking. The Forgotten Beast, Ika, has come. A blob composed of mud. It has a long curly tail and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its deadly dust. Now, did I blocked this off. In my caverns. Naturally, that's generally where Forgotten Beasts are. Question is, did I block that layer off? Because I think I did. Thought I did. Yes, I did indeed block that layer off. So it can't actually get out, to my knowledge. We should follow it for a second. It is just a blob composed of mud. Yeah, so it's not exactly that scary. It's literally just like a bubble of mud. A sentient ball of mud, basically. A sentient mud blob. Which means I could probably whack it with a sword and it'll just fall apart. We could pop it. Like a big blister. But it's also like on a layer that we don't currently have access to because I sealed it off again. So I'm not too worried about it. We'll just kind of let it do its thing. But, I mean, I had to wake Chad up with something. It had been like 10 minutes since anybody had said anything. But something that we could do, though, is we could dig down to it. Reza is being very needy and wants me to make a spear. I mean, there's another 100 people here who could talk in place of you. But, it's fine. Can more than one Forgotten Beast appear? Yeah, and they can fight. I had a giant glass Forgotten Beast that looked like a human in the last fort that we were playing earlier today. That all appeared at the roughly the same time, and we had and it killed like dozens of Forgotten Beasts. Ball of mud can suffocate you? Sure, but you just pop it and it goes poof, splat. Gelder, I'm sure you'd make a good military dwarf, right? This dwarf is a Gelder, so they cut nuts off of livestock for a living. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents. Uh-huh. Sure you are. Sure you are. Very pleased by your talents. Uh-huh. Your talents terrify me. Inflamed with hatred. Well, you can join the military. But yeah, I don't mind people being lurky, but I do need to keep the chat moving just a little bit. Disco, what up? It's good to see you. Lower teeth are gone. Ooh. That means you've been in fights before. You killed a troglodyte once? Well, in that case. After we finish tending to your wounds, that is. They're watching a surgery demonstration on top of that. That's actually really... Let's remove you from that squad again. Just got done eating dinner. Ooh, what's for dinner? Or what was for dinner? Was it delish? Dreams of mastering a skill. Perfect. Tex-Mex, good stuff. The ball of mud? They don't have sexes? Forgotten beasts? They're unique, one-of-a-kind, otherworldly abominations created during the beginning of time. They don't reproduce. Unless you're asking about that dwarf, that was a Gelder, in which case I said she is proud of her talents, so... That just means you weren't listening, frankly. Knock those out. I'm amazed that my old mare is still alive. Cancel's fell tree could not find path. What? Weird. But it's good to see you, Disco. Hope you've been all right. Hope your last few days have been good. I'm just at that point in the stream where it's like, hey, things are a little quiet over here, so I'm just trying to keep conversations rolling. Blah blah blah. We're trying out this new schedule these days where it's I just stream for way too fucking long. That's the schedule. So the old schedule, I streamed like, you know, maybe give or take 8 or 9 hours per stream. But now instead of doing 8 or 9, we're doing 12 to 14. And I only stream 3 days a week. It is quite a bit, but I've meal prepped. I've got dinner ready. I already ate my lunch. Pre-make breakfast. The happiest I've ever been was a very brief period of time where I was able to trick my old employer into giving me 10-hour shifts, 4 days a week. So I'm trying to replicate that because including the commute that I had for that job at that point, the 10-hour shift equaled roughly a 14-hour day, including the commute. So I'm trying to replicate that feeling. There's a troll up there. There. Go kill that troll. Hopefully you have blankets and pillows and hot chocolate in that dark pit. Also, investments are probably open. It's been a long time since anybody used those. Good luck fighting. No, we're not. That troll will die pretty swiftly. Trolls are not particularly strong, but we can watch it. So welcome back, Navy. This is how I feel whenever I see trolls in my chat. Kill troll! Five hours and all of them earned today. Damn, dude. I think that the troll just died. Oh. Also, a cave crocodile is fighting with my dwarves? The miner kicks the cave crocodile. It looks like, actually, the cave crocodile is not attacking my dwarves, I don't think. The dwarves are just beating the crap out of a cave crocodile. They're just, like, curb stomping it. They're just bullying it. They're just, like, sitting there and kicking it. It's Toasted Freeways and Wuchi are just sitting here kicking this crocodile. They seem to have gotten tired of it. And one of my wrestlers comes in and fights with the thing. Which wrestler is this? This is Moral. Is apparently going to combat training right now. Even though he's been told to kill this crocodile. Punches the cave crocodile in the head with the right hand, bruising the muscle. Punches the cave crocodile in the head with the right hand, bruising the muscle. That's a lot of punching her in the head with her right hand. She's like donk, 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 donk. A lot of punching. Someone give this wrestler a shield or something. It's an impressive amount of punch. Seems like the farmer dwarf is helping now. Cave crocodiles are so sad. Like, they're not really that strong. They just kind of get their shins caved in occasionally. They're like their forehead caved in occasionally. That. Good luck to everybody who invested. Man, rip me. B-Lug, did you sneakily give me a 0% chance to win or something? Dog has been found dead. Dog died of old age, chat. What about you? I don't know. What about you? You one gave you 100%. You know, ironically, if you did that, I'd respect it. Just to see how long it would take for us to notice that B-Lug wins every single time. Because I did kind of let you set up the bot for me. You very much could have, like, done that. You absolutely could have. Had a little sneaky thingy in there that just, you know, breaks that. List. Dismayed after being away from... Dismayed... Anything after watching a performance. He was dismayed. Why was he dismayed? Dismayed unrelated to, like, everything else? Today is, like, the day of everybody raids blind. Billionaire! How was, Weird West, I think is what you're playing today, yeah? How is that? Do tell. Need the short and the long version. Sooner rather than later, be like, you won't even need to do that anymore. The type in shout out for streamers because I'm going to automate all of my stream teams channels. But yeah, how's Weird West? You will play more tomorrow? Oh, is it one of those where it's like, when is it? When's that game out, by the way? So it's out tomorrow, I guess? Oh, the 31st. Oh, the last day of this month. Okay. Man, you have that early. Are you, like, limited in the amount that you can play, or? The thing is, I keep confusing Weird West with that... Is that a Devolver released? Yeah, West of Dead. I keep confusing Weird West with this game. Whereas, like, this is a Raw Fury release, whereas Weird West is the Devolver release. It's like two very different games. Only play the first two journeys? Okay, I got you. Well, one is, you know, one. So, Bellender, did you see this? OBS is on Steam now? OBS on Steam? Question mark? Do you think I should try and get Key for Weird West to do like a first impressions video for YouTubes? Yeah, Kiri and Jess already, and I think FG already have that set up. Vlog. And I made a command that lets all of my stream team members host themselves on my channel. Just ask Clara. I'd do that. I should do that. Does one still just DM Clara on Twitter, or is this like a send her an email situation? Because I don't actually think I have her email anymore. I don't know what the fuck happened to it. It's been a long time since I reached out to Clara for any keys. Ah, all right. Looks like the old mayor's gone nuts. He went insane. Goodbye to the old mayor. I feel like she stopped sending me stuff. Hold on. Let me check my email. Yep, I don't have anything about Weird West. Oh, yeah, I definitely didn't do that. Definitely did not do that. You want to just, like, post her email in the secret Discord in the relevant room? Speaking of refreshes, I also need to refresh my my Nitrado link, now that I think about it. I'm very up and on point about doing things that I care about. The second it's something that I'm like, yeah, about, yeah, it never gets done. You know what I mean? It's just like something I need to do versus something I just... But yeah, good to know. Good to know. I don't know if I'd stream that one, but I'm thinking about starting to do more, you know, first impressions-y things. For Z YouTube. Might as well. They wander around until they starve to death. They've gone insane. Basically, they've become the fortress bum, I guess. They're just an old mad dwarf now. Orphans McGee the Mad. A necromancer beast hunter on the map in the corner. You're a human. Pristine Scuffles is the name of this person. Incest. What's the name of my cat? My cat and the necromancer on the map have the same first name. What are the odds? You started the game by breaking your shovel so you couldn't bury your dead son, so instead you tried to burn the body with an improvised Molotov out of an oil lamp, and also caught and burned on fire. Excellent. Fantastic. I don't understand why you, like, that should just be your review for the, like, that should be your curator review for the game. It's like, I started the game by breaking my shovel so I couldn't bury my dead son, so instead I tried to burn the body with an improvised Molotov out of an oil lamp. It also caught the barn on fire. I mean, you know, sounds about right. Because this is the most recent game from the founder of the Dishonored studio, right? That guy? Means Scar in human? Can I just say that a cat being named Scar just makes me think of the Lion King, and that is adorable? You're Scar! Meow. Sure, I'm certain that the dwarf or the goblin who named him Scar had never seen the Lion King, but my human brain think that. The cat is Scar, and so is the necromancer on the map. Because there's a necromancer beast hunter who's just hanging out, also named Scar. So the cat is Scar, and the human necromancer. You weren't prepared for the cat to be named Scar? I mean, it's pretty funny, isn't it? Our pet cat in this fortress, who was named by my goblin adventurer, is named Scar. And the necromancer in the corner of the map is named Scar. I'm just saying, I think that the cat might be plotting against us. Oh, hey, I've been welcomed to my chat room. How lovely. Thanks, Twitch. Twitch is like breaking Twitch chat every so often today. If you too have also been welcomed to the chat room, consider yourself welcome. Just remember that everybody is always welcome in this chat room, regardless of whether or not Twitch tells you or not. You're feeling very, very welcomed right now? Well, that's good. I'm glad you feel welcome. It's a cat, of course it was. See, here's the thing about that cat, right? That's the cat that was bringing the foodstuffs to its goblin. But the goblin died in the last raid, unfortunately. Very sad. It's very sad. So many little things. Getting mined through. Alright, down here is where the Forgotten Beastie is. You know what? We might as well claim the lower cavern layer. I don't know. Nope. They got to him finally. I'm running my squad underground to go fight with this blob. Just gonna pull that lever. Following Tapioca, who's up at the front. Assuming the blob isn't dead. Apparently there was a troglodyte on the way that they just road killed. Nope. If a dwarf goes insane, they're insane. That's it. When it comes to dwarves, making an artifact is a very important part of their life. So if they fail that process, it's like they lose the will to live, essentially. Because the possessive spirits from their past that have inspired them to create the thing punish them greatly. Very sad. All right. Let's just make up downstairs right here. I would assume it's right below it. Yep. I'll make upstairs there. That's not the dig button. Those are the upstairs button. Streamer. So we're going to dig. Can't. It's you. The fuck? Oh, it's because there's. There's definitely something there that I can't see yet. It's fine. We'll find it. So the way an artifact works is the dwarf selects their best skill or their preferred skill, and then they want to make an artifact out of that thing, right? So that dwarf's best skill, oh, we got some migrants. That dwarf's best skill was glass making. So he demanded a glass furnace to make a glass craft. So it's not like I could have changed his demands or anything. That's what he wanted. I have no input at that point. It's just whatever that character or person wants. All right, so the Forgotten Beast is over here, and just tell them to go kill it. So if that's the thing that the guy wants to make, then I have to provide it, or the dwarf goes crazy, berserk, or insane. One of the three. So they'll either just wander around until they die, or fighting a Forgotten Beast. They'll either just wander around until they die, or they will try and kill other dwarves in the process. We're following the Forgotten Beast, which just jumped up above the ground. Actually kind of concerning. The dwarves appear to have gotten into melee range with it a couple of times, but this thing's actually quite tough. I don't see any dead dwarf. Oh, there we go. Dead dwarves are beginning to happen. This is much stronger than I thought. They'd just slap it once and it would die. They still only really need to hit it once. Already got many dead dwarves. Oh boy. Move everybody up. We lost my recruit. And it looks like we're going to lose the rest of them. Cannot breathe, ability to stand lost, winded and thirsty. Severe nerve damage. So it seems like it stuns them. Rest in peace, Kettle, most likely. Gonna turn off. Yep, they are. There's no way these guys are gonna survive this. Yep, there goes another one. Two more. This is what happens when you play immersive sims. But cat, they tell great stories. Alright, so this guy's way tougher than I was expecting. The fact that it can, like, fling itself up into the air like that is terrifying. Well, the Forgotten Beast is going to work its way out. It's working its way up. Now we get to fight this thing. Seeker's still alive somehow. Where the fuck is Seeker? Gonna make sure that they don't go anywhere stupid. And we're gonna lock the door. I mean, somebody should come flying out to lock the door. And then we'll see where the Forgotten Beast goes. Because we've got a Forgotten Beast on the loose, which means right now would be a great time to get attacked by an army, actually. Also, I mean, like, if you play Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode, you can have similar shenanigans to that if you know what you're doing. Alright, so this fucker's gonna go beat up some trolls now, I think. Alright, the dwarves go back to work. We'll have to keep an eye on this guy. See where it goes. I'm just kind of shocked that, like, his tail's broken, his tail's smashed open, his body is fractured. How the heck did it not die if its body is fractured? You'd think that would kill it. Thing. Apparently not, though. Yeah, I mean, I've played many games in the past that allow you to do such silly nonsense that, like, it makes it a lot more fun to tell stories about it. Example of that is, like, Prey. Like, you can do some really goofy shit in Prey. Or Dishonored as well. Like, any game by that studio. Anything that's very immersive simmy, you can really do some goofy shit with. I mean, the game he's talking about is Weird West. Bloodcat. Let's look that game up. Not out for a bit, though. All right, so it's going to the stairs. So this Forgotten Beast is going to work its way up to the surface. It did kill my, like, basically my entire squad, which really sucks. I lost a bunch of dwarves that I liked. Kind of sad. But it's going to go fight with that necromancer, I think. So that necromancer gets to do what it always wanted to do, which is hunt a beast, maybe. Where are you going? Turning around. Let's in, back up and out. It's killing something. Oh, a dwarf. Ushria the beekeeper. Who appears to just be a competent animal caretaker. Who's now running really, really, really fast. Cannot breathe. So it seems like the deadly dust that this beast puts out just makes you lose the ability to breathe, and then you suffocate. That's pleasant. How it been? We have a freaky beast. It's a blob composed of mud, which normally wouldn't be a problem at all. Problem is it's got dust that makes you unable to breathe. So it's actually kind of really, really scary. No, it's a Forgotten Beast. And I've fought many Forgotten Beasts that are blobs composed of things, and those usually just kind of go splop and pop. I mean, I guess what we do now is we just chill inside of the fort. Until an army shows up to kill it. That's basically what we have to do now. So let's just try and train up some more of my soldiers. And get more bedrooms made. I hope it doesn't get over the walls, because if it gets over the walls, the fort might just be dead. Which, like, I joke about, but the fort would be dead. I should have just left it locked in the basement. I should have gone with my gut. Oh, someone else got elected to mayor? Oh, no, it's still Reza. Deeply respect skill at arms. Going. I need dwarves that are, like, relatively interested in mastering skills at the very least. That's like the minimum requirement, is they need to want to master a skill. All right. Well, we got 2 full squads now. Go get them all kitted up. Where's the beast at? Yeah, normally these creatures just pop. That's usually what happens to them. Like, normally the blobs are the least threatening ones, but it just happens to also have the most obnoxious, it just so happens to have the most obnoxious possible type of dust that I could imagine. What else was I gonna do? Right. Let's check. Iron, silver, copper, black bronze. Man. Let's make a stockpile for armor, because I don't think I have one of those.
Just watched your little update video. It's good you're being proactive. You're doing a good job, buddy. Seems good.
Trying my best over here. Sup, dude? How's things? Prismatic. Thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. I mean, it's going to be a stressful few months. It's going to be the big question of, like, can I do this job less hours a week and do it in a relatively financially sustainable way? Okay, so something I'm gonna try. Ooh, giant earthworm. Sounds delicious. So there is a option for something that I could try and do here. Could try and lock it in. But I think I'm just gonna wait for an army. I think I'm just gonna wait for us to get attacked, because we've been attacked a couple of times, and there's no reason for the goblins to not attack us again. I think we're just going to wait for the goblins to attack us and build more beds in the meantime. But yeah, so there's going to definitely be some financial nerves over the next month or so. But I won't really know until I've been doing it on this schedule for a month or two, you know? That is a little bit nerve-wracking, but aside from that, yeah. I so far it's been for the better. So far, anyway. Giant rat has stolen some plum helmets. Oh my god! Whatever shall we do? I don't even know. Hey, cat, bury your shit. Jesus, you stink. What? You poop in your litter box, you don't bury it, and then you come meow at me for more food? Chat, the old man is hungry and he's yelling at me. He's screaming at Cloud currently, or in this case, Streamer. So I have to put food into his bowl before he attempts to murder me. So, I mean, I'm cat sitting for those of you who don't know, and here I'll try and show you his lovely, demanding face. There he is. That's the old man. Yawning at me. Pet the kitty. Hard to do this on the screen. Awkward angle. He's 21. He's the old man. All right, I'm going to go give this old man some food. I don't trust this forgotten beast. So I'm going to just pause. Be back in a sec. Gonna go give this old man some food. I thought that you... hiccup. I thought that you could have, like, tigers and cougars as forgotten beasts. Trust me, that cat is anything but forgotten. He's very much remembered. It's kind of hard to forget him, considering he's woken me up the past few days by biting my nose at 5 in the morning. Going, it's food time, fucker. I'm like, yeah, fuck, jeez, come on, man. God damn it. Also, rip tapioca, by the way. Kind of, the reason I'm upset that that Forgotten Beast killed so many dwarves is because it killed a bunch of dwarves I like. Tredge with the 53rd month. I was wondering when I was going to see you again. It had been a bit. Thank you. Much. Ink. Yeah, you were in that squad. So, I mean, I was pretty worried it was going to win the fight against you pretty quick, but I don't know. I wasn't expecting it to go that badly, you know? Wasn't really expecting it to go that badly. But how's things, Tredge? What you been up to? Yes, but you're not in that squad. You are still in the military. You're up here still. But you may die to the thing if it comes up. It hasn't come up to the surface yet, though. It kind of peeked its head out and then went away. Wait, what? Okay, it's just not in my line of sight, but it's also... Yeah, I don't see it here. Oh, it's left our line of sight. We don't know where it is right now. We'll see when we see it trooping. We'll be on tomorrow. You've been up to all kinds of things? Anything fun? Oops, that's fortifications, not floor. Making more bedrooms. Looks like we're out of doors. And bringing all that stuff underground. You redecorated, got your 3D printer running again, and weather's been so nice, so you bought a drone? I don't know if this is interesting to you or if you bought this yet, but the Humble Bundle for Ukraine includes a bunch of 3D models that you can 3D print. And somehow I started up Brogue in the background. How'd that happen? Anyway, yeah, these. Which is kind of rad, actually. Like one of the few things that I would love to have a 3D printer for. Brogue time? Accidental, unexpected brogue time, yes. But. Yeah. But yeah, it's this bundle. Which has raised $16 million for Ukraine so far. That's Canadian dollars. I don't know what that is in non-Canadian dollars. This cat, like, doesn't like putting his butt on cat litter. So instead, like, he kind of squats. And so I can very audibly hear him pee. Thanks, cat. I can't tell if you're just an old man or if you're intentionally disrespecting me. Maybe a bit of both. Let's throw some more beds in here. Why not both? What I was thinking. Old intentional disrespect is like the most honest form of intentional disrespect. Whew! Stink. At least he buried it. Yeah, man. Up. Here. Let me pause the game for a second. You guys can have cat cam for a mo. Not that you can see him. He's the little black blob. Meow. It's hard to see his tail. Camera doesn't understand darkness very well, does it? Do you see eyes? It's about right. Yeah, he doesn't like having bright lights on him. I can actually associate with this cat very well. He's going blind, and so he has severe cataracts. So, aside from them maybe causing him pain, they do affect his vision. So he doesn't see very well. He kind of squints at things. Because of this, like, his eyes don't dilate properly, so he's always got, like, the widest possible cat eyes. So he goes out during the day, and he's just like it's so bright! Like, he needs sunglasses or something. It's kind of sad, but also really freaking cute. Dude, I just gave you food. You have water, you have litter in your poopy box. What do you want? You want like rare kitty cat lap time or something? Coming up? Is that what it is? Thinking about it. Ow. If you immediately jump down, it means no, you didn't want to. It does actually want to check memes. Kind of hard right now, but give me a mo. Right, hold on, just let me pause Dwarfs. You just bit me. Not hard, but he did just put his teeth on my wrist. What the fuck, man? Why'd you do that? Nuzzling my arm now. Okay. I'll show you this. What, just like a tiny little void? Little pest? Now you know it. I'm the pest. I haven't fed him enough yet. The problem is I can't feed him more or he'll puke it up. So we can only feed him one spoonful of food at a time. Bit my thumb. Thanks, man. He didn't bite me hard, but... Wumpus spotted? Oh yeah, Wumpus spotted. Also, this guy ain't black. He's just very gray. Blue, technically. The Russian blue. You know, if you look this way, chat, the internet will be happy. Come here, kitty. You know, look this way. Look at my fingers. Or don't. I mean, fine. Old man's camera shy. It's... Oop, oop, oop. Oh, there he is. There he is. I hope you guys don't mind this cat interlude. He requires, affection. Basically, the only place that's safe to pet this cat is behind his ears. That is definitely the sound that a cat makes, yes. The only safe place to pet him is behind his ears because every other bit of his body has some form of, like, chronic pain. So, like, his back legs are... Like, if you pet his back legs, he'll just bite you. Like, not hard, but he'll just, like, turn and... So, like, anything, like, past here, you just can't really touch. Unless you're brushing him. But even then, you gotta be careful. Very delicate creature. Well, I mean, this dude... This cat has, like, survived death many times. Like, he got mauled by some sort of wild animal at my old house. Well, when I was still pretty young. He got mauled real bad. One of his back legs was shattered. The other one was dislocated. And his front leg was broken. Pretty clean, but broken. And his other one was sprained. So he basically had casts on every single one of his legs and a cone on his head for about 6 months. So he survived that. He's a tough boy. And he's still, you know, takes home rats. It's actually quite funny because, like, this guy's 21 years old, right? But, like... My parents report that he frequently gets into cat fights with the neighboring cats and kicks the shit out of them and then proceeds to not get off of the sofa for 4 days. Just, like, lies there and meows for you to bring him food. Because he just doesn't want to get up after that. He's just like, I'm too old for this shit. You defend this house. Fuck. Let's see if I can. Lying down? Cat hair. Because he can't clean himself. Brush him tonight. Cat? Yes. I'm kitty sitting for my parents this week. Good. Look at his beautiful eyes. How you doing, Jack Nerick? You care for me. I take home the goods and defend the house from potential aggressors that may try and steal his kibble. You know, this cat is a hardened warrior, put it bluntly. Oh, that was my my freezer. It made a sound. He's a hardened warrior. Okay. I've seen him take home rabbits, weasels, rats bigger than him. When he was a kitten, and he was like, I don't know, maybe this big. This big compared to the size he is now. He brought home a rat that was twice as long as he is. But how's the fort going? Well, I do have a cat on my lap, so this is going to be difficult. Let's see if I can move a little bit closer to the... All right, cat cam mobilized. Other camera moved. Perfect. How's the fort? The fort is... Can you guys see the cat? I can't quite tell in my preview. It's too small. The fort's pretty good. The problem is there's a very scary blob in the basement, which we can't currently see. It's composed of mud, which you'd think wouldn't be that scary until you realize that it's composed of mud, but also has deadly dust that makes you unable to breathe and then seemingly immediately dies. So I'm just kind of playing it safe for a minute. You can see the monitor in his eyes. He's got very reflective eyeballs. I mean, don't drop your screen. Dropping your screen is dangerous. Aw. Good screen grab, that. Yeah, the best part about, like, his eyes is you can see how they're all cloudy. Like, you know how in video games you'll often have the option to, like, give them a milky eye? Like, he's definitely got that. I'm actually kind of surprised that the camera picked that up. Damn. But, yeah, no, I'm... Oh, the game's saving. Perfect. I'm 27 years old, and we got this guy when I was 6. Is he fully blind? No, he can see. But he doesn't see super well. By that, I mean, like, I've seen him bump into things. He's not the most visually aware of his surroundings these days. But, like, you know, if you wiggle your fingers and stuff, he'll, like, look up at it. He's just like me at this point, just doesn't see well. From what the vet has said, basically, if he's outside during daylight, he might as well be blind. Basically just like a nocturnal only animal at this point. So I've made these new bedrooms. I have a peasant in the fort? What? Cat needs sunscreen in the ears because he doesn't have fur on his ears. I don't think Cat needs sunscreen in his ears. Although I dare you to try and put sunscreen on a cat's ears and return with fingers still. Because I have a feeling that would be a bit of a challenge. Actually got a scratch on his ear. I would guess that that's probably from a fight. I apologize. It's quite difficult to play Dwarf Fortress, Wallace. Having senior citizen McKitty on my lap. Because I also can't, like, make any sudden movements, which makes things rather difficult. I do have stone here, so let's make some slab. Make 10 more. We'll try and just... Yes, kitty. There's a very good close-up picture of him on Discord. All of cat hair that I'm building. Oh. Heading out, kitty, or are you... If you're heading out, just make sure you don't get into cables stuck on your foot. You did that one time. The old man is lying down. He's got his claw stuck in my pants. Good. Alright, so I guess this is my life now. I have a cat on my lap. You look 28. He's definitely 21. Is what broken? Oh, it means that you don't have enough. If it says that you don't have enough, you don't have enough. Type in exclamation point tickets to see how many you have. And there you go. Swear you had more? Yeah, I've had some people say that they lost some, which confuzzles me. But it is what it is. We made a transfer to the new bot, and it broke some things. Rated masterpiece slabs. Gotten Beast is still missing. There's a very real possibility it's still down there, and I think that that's likely. All right. Getting all of these dwarves memorialized. You know, this cat's been in this house since Friday. This is the first time he's sat on my lap in that time. He's not much of a lap kitty. He's one of those, like, he won't sit on your lap for a very long time until he just decides, now's the time where I'm going to sit on your lap, and if you move for the next 17 hours, I will bite your foot. He's, like, holding me hostage right now. Giving Tapioca. Oh, Stone is engraving the memorial for Tapioca. That's fitting. Poor Stone. He's still got that permanent affliction from that fucking critter. Stupid gaseous cave blobs. This guy was never much of a lap cat. He also can't sit up straight anymore. It's kind of, it's adorable, but also kind of sad. When he sits up straight, he wobbles. Like, he has a very slow sway. Oh, well, at least one thing is good. We have 67 dwarves. But yeah, he has a slight sway when he's sitting up. Your family has a cat that's probably around 20 years old as well. Just because of this guy, we were reading earlier on Wikipedia about the world's oldest cat. Apparently lived to the age of 38. And his owner would give him coffee and wine. Frankly, if you make it to the age of 38, damn straight you deserve a cup of coffee and a glass of wine every now and again. Coffee with cream, by the way. Ah. There we go. The dwarf who was our mayor, Moral Corgrim, the glassmaker. Rest in peace. Isn't coffee bad for cats? So's milk, but it never stopped people. This guy's diet consists of, like, various bits of bison. Is anybody coming to bury the corpse? Ah. Well, let's make 10 more lead sarcophagus. I'm not saying you should give coffee to your cat, to be clear. The Forgotten Beast, Kona Senorulfa, has come. A giant quadruped composed of clear glass. It has a long curly tail and it squirms and fidgets. Beware, its deadly spittle. So this forgotten twit, aside from the one on my lap, is this cube. So hopefully, if the other one is still alive, this will go kill it. Hopefully. But regardless, we now have 2 that we potentially need to worry about. Yes, the one on my lap is not forgotten. He's very much remembered. Remembered and loved. Fortunately, Deadly Spittle is not that scary. I was worried it would have webs. My question is, where did the other one go? And traders arrived, but their wagons bypassed my inaccessible sight. Go away. Run away. I don't understand the reference, Flux. So I get... I have a chameleon farmer. Chameleon farmer. Reza the Cheesemaker's time as mayor has ended. We now have Zutton. Katanoslan, who's our new mayor, who of course is elected and feels satisfied. Oh, that sounded it sounded familiar, but it's like I didn't get it. Tips in dealing with stress. Masturbation. Alcohol. In Dwarf Fortress, get good. That's like really give the dwarves what they want. Look at their mental state and have a look at why they're lonely, why they're frustrated, what they're frustrated about, and try and provide that thing. If they want to acquire a thing, give them something to acquire. If they want to sleep on the ground, let them sleep on the ground. If they want to practice martial art, put them in the military. You have to look at their thoughts. There are no general tips to dealing with stress. You just kind of have to deal with it. It's part of learning how to play the game. But also, marijuana. My other tip. All right. Well, we need to reassign you to proper quarters. Zathan. Question is, what do you like, Zathan? Where did you go on the screen? Also, I've asked who's now a peasant. Who I'm tossing into the military. And removing freeways from the military. And letting freeways start their own squad. The Impervious Sacks! Exclamation point tile set. Which, that's the reason I use this one, is because the text is easy to look at. Are you curling up, kitty? Hold up. Or just shifting position? Turns out playing Dwarf Fortress with a cat on you is kind of difficult. Rest your head. Oh. Yeah, everything this cat does, he does so slow. So slow. I can't move. I hope that my leg doesn't start to fall asleep. Rotten Beast is fighting with troglodytes. it seems to just be the one now. The other one must have gone off and died. But yeah, this tile set is a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. If you've ever watched the YouTuber Krug Smash, you've probably seen this tile set before. You want to practice a martial art, and you're bored after not being able to? Well, here's your opportunity. Yeah, this is a modified version of that tile set. Use tile sets? That's not how tile sets work, though. Setting up a tile set is the same for PC and Mac. As far as I know, is it not? Is it not? Really? I don't know. I've never played Dwarf Fortress on a Mac. I always assumed that it would be the same, but... a little different. Almost makes me wonder if it's worth it to just set up a... an emulator for it. Emulate an OS. Let's make some more coffins. But does it require a specific image format for Mac? I can't even reach my camera. I was gonna like angle it back up because Katie is just wussball. Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably not that difficult. I don't think like it's possible for a tile set to be OS specific. I don't think. I don't know. Does anybody here play DF on a Mac know how to set up an ASCII tile set? I'm pretty sure bitmap files are compatible. Crashed on title screen. Yeah, I don't know. The directory tree is on Mac? Then it should just work. My assumption is you probably set something up wrong. But what you can do is, if you're not in there, you could theoretically join the KitFox Discord and ask on there. But that or try setting up another ASCII tile set. That's my assumption, is you probably have something written down, like 1 or 2 characters wrong. Because like if you get 1 line of text incorrect, it'll break it. Oh, hey, it's that person. I have a cat on my lap. But yes, I am the dude from the concert last night. Hi. That's a question mark thing right now. Oh man, really? Like right now there is no official announcement for other OS versions, but we know that they're working on them. So it's something they want to have as a compatibility thing, but currently it's just triple question mark, right? Common issue from your search results? Oh, interesting. Thanks, Lorenz. I mean, I'm the only one. There isn't really much competition here. But no, I wasn't kidding. Unfortunately, like, walking around in gamer attire all the time makes you stand out in public. It's like, all of my hoodies are Discord hoodies. All of my jackets have, like, game logos on them. Makes it kind of difficult to be incognito in public, but... Still kind of shocked that this guy hasn't come up. Whoa, is that a Gorlak? I mean, that was a Gorlak. Now a Flatlack. Now, do you mean Steam in general, or do you mean Dwarf Fortress on Steam? Because I think that we're not talking about Steam in general. We're talking about Dwarf Fortress. Silver Hammer, Chain Leggings, Copper Shields. Is that pretty standard for all of them? Merchant Gorged. That's a funny name. For Warhammer. Let's do up a melt job. I mean, what I always say is it's just like, if you are trying to play games on a Mac, I'm sorry. That's all I have to say to that. Streamer's still going strong. I mean, I've only been on for 8 hours and 15 minutes. Got like 4 hours left. And I still have coffee. If you're wondering what's up with the weird camera angle, there is a blob on my lap. I'm biased? Well, see, I believe that every OS has its strengths. None of the strengths for Mac OS is games. So if you're playing games on Mac OS, I'm sorry. Because you're going to have to put in a lot more effort to enjoy games at the same rate that you would on Linux or Windows. Absolutely, OpenTTD works just fine. Like, lots of things work just fine. But you're going to have more of a pain in the ass more often than not. You know? I'm not saying it's impossible. It's certainly possible to play games on a Mac. It's just significantly less pleasant of a process. We're going to turn this... I'm trying to train up my army again because there was another Forgotten Beast that like nullified the existence of my other army. So let's just quickly open up the gates and let the migrants in. Yeah, there's a real good picture of him up on the Discord, actually, if you want to see it, Lump, in the pet pictures room. You can see his milky white eyes, courtesy of Prismatic Flux, who grabbed the screenshot. You have a side question? You got a lot of naked prisoners, okay? In the basement of your fort. What do you do with them? Are they in cages? Like, what do you mean? But nothing, really. You can kill them, or you can leave them. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have slavery, really. It's like you can garbage mash them, you can crush them. If you are feeling generous, you could construct all the cages at the edge of the map, attach them to a lever, and release them. That is an option. See where the Forgotten Beast is at. So that is an option. We're up to 72 dwarves. Okay, Forgotten Beast is booking it towards the fort. We got to close the door pretty soon. Capital Q. Fear the capital Q. Uh-oh. Ooh. Ooh. What's that? Various types of blood. Oh. And Earthworm Ichor. Man, this thing really needed a bath. My God, look at that. Look at all the pollutants. Asto says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let's extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. Bad time, dude. Updated my maps. Thanks. Iron, please. Cat, your head is in the way. And bronze. Meow. It's soaked in blood and remains of things. Yes. Gotta check something real quick. Okay, that blob must have died. We finalized the export agreement. Cool. Farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Where's it heading? Yeah, the gray cat is, well, it's my parents' cat. This guy. That's a camera angle. Hold on. Pausing the game. This guy. Boop. Boop. He wasn't thrilled by that. He whapped me with his tail when I did that. Thwap. He's not even looking at the monitor. He's more looking kind of in the general direction of Twitch chat. He seems tired. He's 21 years old. He sleeps a lot. If you watch him, he's sitting up straight right now, but he's kind of got a hunch in his back and he's swaying slightly. That's because he's not, like, whoop, careful. Because he's not stable enough to hold himself up. He also walks with a limp. Arthritis. It sucks. It's okay, though. He's a happy old cat. Cats have a very high pain tolerance threshold. But he definitely has, like, creaks and aches and a sore back half the time. The game's paused right now, so it's Forgotten Beasts is hanging out in the river. I realize that this is probably killing all of, like, the intensity of this moment, but he needs pets. That's important. Shoutouts to Wumpus. He's close to 80. Hold on. 21 in cat years. He is 100 years old. He's like in his late 90s, basic, according to a Google search. Sorry, okay, I won't touch you again. I gave him a pet and he went, "Arr!" Okay, fine. Makes his color look very handsome. He's a very pretty cat. Like, that's just what he looks like. Like, the camera did it justice, I would say. Another capture? Hell yeah. That's a good shot. I like that one. I really like that one because of the like his face just kind of like rippled on there. He's now hiding his head underneath the desk. So all right, I think all of the dwarves, new citizens included, are in the fort, so we can slam the gates now. Although there's traders coming in, which is suboptimal. Let's wait for the traders. Okay, let's flip the gate. BRB, alrighty. Deal when you get back. Just need this guy here to pull that lever. Bonk. Who did it? Who is you? Oh, it's Letharticus pulled the lever. Bonk. Now the gates are shut. We can. Jeez, what can I sell these guys? All the cruddy clothing we have lying around, I guess. Someone's got to deal with it. All of the dwarves that have passed away. Can also bring the broker over. Cave crocodiles fighting with so the Forgotten Beast went back under. I'm just kind of hoping we get sieged so that the Forgotten Beast can go fight with the siege. But the problem is like, my military is very green right now. Because my military is very green, they will definitely die to that thing if I try and make them fight it. One thing I am real glad about is that I'm not allergic to cats. This guy is just like expelling cat hair everywhere right now. Chad, have you ever seen a dog or a cat that stress sheds? My older sister's dog, Koji, will just like, if something startles him, he'll just like turn into a ball of hair, like a cloud of hair will just like expel from his body. It's very funny. Oh, there's some shields. Those are good enough sizes that we can use them. Although they're going to want more profits. Gonna cancel the anvils. Which means hopefully the military will run down there and go grab the stuff. Do they have sand or glass? It doesn't matter. Because the guy who needed that's already dead, so. It doesn't really matter now, unfortunately. What are they doing? Oh, I see the problem. What metal equipment? We're using silver warhammers and copper for everything else, pretty much. I don't have enough iron to really use it, unfortunately. All right, well, the traders have embarked on their journey, which is a kind of a pain. And we go back to melting metal objects. I'm melting down the things that I do receive that are meltable. And we also have like some iron stuff and some metal stuff, but primarily they're just using silver warhammers. Some of them have swords. What's the goal, ATM? Train up my military so I can fight this thing. This thing's too strong for me. So I'm training up new, because my good squad died to the other Forgotten Beast that showed up earlier. And now this one is running around and it's made of glass and it's, I mean, it's pretty heavily beaten. We could maybe kill it, but I want to give my dwarves like another 2 months to prep. And then after that, we're going to, I like how it keeps coming up here to take a bath in the lake. That's funny. And then after that, we're going to go back to harassing the goblins. But this fort, we're just going to keep kind of building it up. But once it gets big enough, we're actually going to retire this fortress. And I'm going to go play as some goblins and we're going to try and attack this fortress. We're going to spawn over here somewhere in this goblin faction that we are fighting with. Because we, like, all of these no civilized population pits, we've destroyed. So I've destroyed about a third of the goblin superpower here. Granted, there's still like that one with 5,000 goblins. And where's the other one? There's another one with 10,000, I think. 300 there. So some of these are pretty fucking tough. We get to deal with those. So yeah, we're going to spawn over here somewhere in this general vicinity and then deal with this. Or fight my own fort. Basically, I'm trying to create drama. Genocide? Nah, I don't believe in genocide. Crippling? Yes. Genocide? No. No, the actual goal of this playthrough is this faction up here is kind of stuck, which is the Crimson Pulley. All of their forts are in this completely mountain-ranged, locked zone, and we are trying to expand to down here. So I'm starting these fortresses. I built this one, which is now very successful, and we are currently working on this one, which is Mothfall, and we're gonna play it until it's, I'm trying to create drama. Exactly, which is why, I willingly left a way for Forgotten Beasts to just walk onto the map. Like, I absolutely could have, like, sealed off the doors so that the Forgotten Beast the beasts couldn't do that, but, I mean, where's the fun in that? Come on. So, speaking of drama, we are going to cause some more drama. I'm going to go open this gate and let the traders leave. Possible drama. You never thought of retiring and expanding your Dwarf Civ? Dwarf Fortress is at its best when you start a fortress, play it for a little bit, retire the fortress, start a new fortress, play it for a bit, retire it, go back to the first fortress, play it a bit more, retire it, start a couple adventures and adventure to your fortress or adventure somewhere else and then adventure to your fortress with a artifact, start a third fortress as part of a different faction and invade your fortress, and then rinse and repeat, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox to be contorted to your will, and the more use you can make of it, the better it is. All right, it seems to be fighting with giraffes now. Because, like, death and loss in Dwarf Fortress is not actually loss. You fighting with? Okay, it's still fighting with a giraffe. All right. Well, I mean, if we have to fight with this thing, it's just deadly spittle. I do feel like we could win. Can you hear you moving? Headed down? Oh, stand up. Okay. Suddenly, or giant organic pottery. It's made of glass. It's giant organic glassware? Yeah, that. Composed of clear glass. It has a long curly tail and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its deadly spittle. It's also a very dented piece of glass. Oh, no. What the fuck? Look at the amount of blood that just came out of this thing. From here all the way up to here, that blood splat. And as it's okay, it stopped. Oh, nope, it's still bleeding. My God, giraffe blood going everywhere. Who knew a giraffe would have a lot of blood in it? Who knew, right? Weird. Man, it continues. This thing cannot kill this fucking giraffe. It's got real bad aim, I would say. And also the giraffe seems to be outrunning it. Pew, 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 pew. This is kind of amazing. Giraffe, dodge, go. The giraffe is probably like, I've improved my dodging. That was satisfying. Forgotten Beast's a stormtrooper. What, it can't hit the broadside of a barn? Or, in this case, a giraffe? Oh, it caught up. Love it. Keep running. I'm literally just waiting for these humans to leave so I can lock the door. But at least this giraffe is, like, doing us a solid. I don't know, chat. Based on this thing's inability to kill a giraffe, should I just tell the military to kill it? What do you think? Yes or no? Go save the giraffe. I mean, I can't guarantee that, but all right. All right, so I've sent the dwarves in to go kill the damn thing. Oh boy. Seems to just be standing outside the fort. Man, shoutouts to Bim. Bim landed right here and then just jumped over the river. You're very excited, considering you are completely unarmed. For some reason. You have a shield, at least. All right, well, good luck, Bim. Go punch him. Dodge, all right? And he's dead. Great. All right. Bravery is not always an intelligence trait. 2 more dwarves are on him. As well as Seeker, who's on top of the thing right now. Holding his axe, I think. Yep, steel battle axe. Seeker got knocked back. They're fighting with it quite efficiently. Let's take a look. Hacks at the Forgotten Beast with his steel battle axe, fracturing it. All right, so Seeker is doing damage for it. Bim got bammed. Yes, Bim definitely got bapped. All right, it's panicking. The wrestler bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right front leg with her Silver Warhammer, but the attack lances away. Silver Warhammer is not very effective against these. You need sharp weapons, which is not what we have. We have blunt force trauma weapons. They've got it down. Pieces of it just flew everywhere, and it's dead. What was that? Was that its head? Oh, it's its tail. Do I have a pedestal? I do. Well, we are absolutely putting its tail on a pedestal. Considering we lost, what, 1 dwarf in that fight? I think that could have gone worse. Whoopsies. That's the wrong button. That's the right button. Sorry, I've got this cat on my lap. It's like throwing off my posture and everything. Although you guys can barely see him. He's like invisible. Whoop. Yeah. Like he's kind of just blending in with my shirt. You lived indeed, yeah. The question is did you get the kill? You had the most effective weapon against it. No, you didn't. Who got the kill? Swordsdwarf scratches the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, and the injured part is torn apart. Swordsdwarf. Looks like that was you. Yep. Now let's just hope that that other one is actually dead. The dwarves are all running underground to go place the military dwarves who passed away into a tomb. Rest in peace. Kitty, yes. He's not my cat, it's my parents' cat, but I did grow up with this cat, so I know him quite well. Man, the liquids that he sprayed are still in the river because they kept landing in the river. You know, I know this isn't how this game works, but I really wish that it would poison the goblin's water supply. Ow. You didn't die? Nope, not dead. If only you could poison the river and then half of an ocean. Trust me, if we could poison water sources, the destruction would be vast. So this was where my military got slaughtered by the previous Forgotten Beast. At least they're getting proper burials now. Very sad, but at least they're getting proper burials now. Also, my military is significantly more geared out now, because they've been able to just go collect armor, so that's also good. No, they only just saw you dead, Ushira. Hey, there's the giraffe. who, so you know how you said to save it? Well, we're gonna save it by making it into steaks. And Letharticus withdraws from society. My manager. Very inconvenient, actually. Set on display. Body parts? I think this will count as a stray puppy skull. There it is, the tail. Put the giraffe's head next to the tail. Nah, that's too complicated. We'll just eat the giraffe. The giraffe will be delicious. We'll forget. I could maybe... Was it Kana? Trying to, like, remind myself. What was the name of this thing? Conasane. Okay. We're going to make a statue of it to put next to it. Ooh. My manager has claimed a carpenter's workshop. Giraffe steaks? Oh, you know it. We're just finishing the job that the Forgotten Beast began. This is the bank marketing emails are so weird. Use our credit card at Starbucks and earn 50% more reward points. How about I just never go to Starbucks and save us all the trouble? Also, I don't have one of your credit cards. That is one of my banks, but... Giant cave spider silk trousers have been misplaced. This is one that I haven't seen in a very long time. A giant cave spider silk trousers has been misplaced. No doubt, Mistum Luduk. Ghostly woodcrafters to blame. The best part about this is, like, he stole somebody's pants. This ghost stole pants. See, he's flying away with the pants. It's a ghost. It's flying away with the... Oh, it dropped the pants. It's actually a ghost that stole someone's pants. Honey, where are my pants? Ghost took them. Speaking of the ghost took them. Audio, what's up? It's good to see you. I have a cat on my lap, hence the weird camera angle, although it's kind of hard to see him right now. But, boop, kitty. Boop. He's a panty dropper? He definitely is a pantsuit dropper. But how's things, audio? How's your day been? It would be better, actually, if the ghost stole a thong. Not gonna lie. Uh-oh. Alright, where is my manager at? Meow. Meow. What do you want? This guy. We're just following a dwarf that's making a artifact. Dude, what's up? We're crying. His eyes tear up and he cries. I wonder who the owner of the trousers were. I mean, I could have checked if I thought about it, but... I think that the trousers just got dropped. Like, they're still on the map. Yoda Dwarf failed to make an artifact and attack a child, but the child killed him and he bled out after. That's distressing. Oh, kitty's leaving. Ugh, that's a lot of balls of cat hair. Oh, finally! It was on my lap for like an hour. My lap is cold now. Weird. Now, are you gonna politely ask for food, or are you just... Okay. There we go. Base return. Oh, hey. Letharticus has begun a mysterious construction. You're using your cat as a pillow? This guy would probably remove your ear from your head if you did that. It would probably remove your ear from your head. You better craft some legendary trousers. So one of the funniest artifacts I ever saw get canceled was I was building a fort in the open caverns, like obviously asking for trouble, right? We had a little wall set up, and I had a dwarf that claimed a craft store shop, and then a troll vaulted over the wall and toppled the craft store shop that the dwarf was working on. The dwarf then went berserk, killed the troll, ran into the temple, punched a statue, became a vampire, and then proceeded to be a berserk vampire, basically getting a huge, like they don't get exhausted, so basically got a huge endurance buff, and then proceeded to fight with, like, all of my dwarves, and it took us way too long to kill it. Did I ever tell you the story of a dwarf that soloed a werebeast attack with no armor or weapons? I mean, I've seen dwarves do that, but I don't think you have. Your dwarf became the Doomsayer? I mean, he literally, like, ran across the fort, punched a statue, became a vampire, and then proceeded to start just bunching everything. All right, so papaya, wood logs, sheep's wool cloth, dog leather, silver bars, and rough smoky quartzites. Although the most amazing were creature attack I ever had was I can't even remember what it was, but it was a were monster, showed up, charged into the fortress, attacked the fortress, and punched a dwarf, ran up, punched a dwarf, stole his leather cap from his head, and then you wielded the cap. So instead of scratching and biting, just proceeded to whip dwarves with this hat, just running through the fortress, going slap, 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 slap. Literally just like bitch slapping, like 85 pages at a time. Yeah, hat slapping, absolutely. Just ran around just like with like a wet towel, and just was like until he turned into a whatever he was originally. I can't actually remember. Became what he was originally, and then just we dogpiled and killed him like immediately. It was pretty funny. Not exactly a very bright were creature. We refer to that as the locker room incident. Yes. Well, no, we refer to that as the silly hat slapper. Alrighty. You have a good one. Meow. What, do you want to back up? Or do you want more food? I just got comfy again. Also, this is how much cat hair he expelled in the time he was on my lap. I'm gonna have to vacuum this place so much when he leaves. Up. Yes, no, maybe so. What do I mean when he leaves? He doesn't live with me. I'm just cat sitting. It's my parents' cat. So he, my parents are going to my grandma's house for the weekend, or to visit my grandma for the weekend to help her with some things. I had him and the dog last weekend when I wasn't streaming. You're suggesting I'll need to hoover before then? No point. Dude sheds so much. No, he's not getting put down or anything. Letharticus, the manager, has created Messy Mural, a papaya wood cage, and claims it is a family heirloom. A papaya wood cage, eh? It's worth 192,000 Zethal. Wait, no, it's not. It's worth 19,200 Zethal. I added a 0 in my brain. This is a papaya wood cage. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of papaya wood and pear-cut smoky quartzites. This object menaces with spikes of sheep's wool and silver, and on the item is an image of a cod in dog leather. It's lovely that we have an image of Call of Duty. I mean, it's everybody's favorite video game, right? There we go. We will place it in there. That spot. Well done, Letharticus. It's a pity it wasn't a carp. Much scarier. What even is the function of heirlooms? Yes. They're exactly the same as normal items. And if they're an item that doesn't have much use, then, well, they don't have much use. If they're a weapon or a clothing item, you have to manually equip them. They won't automatically equip them. It's basically just a super valuable, incredibly expensive, fancy item that you can ignore or not. Basically all it is. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Artifacts are one of those things that are like, it could be a lot better in Dwarf Fortress. There's a few things that like just could be a lot better. Cave Crocodile? Speaking of Cave Crocodile. I'm wondering... if I can spot that Forgotten Beast. Oh shit, the Goblin Snatcher Sunless Stalker is dead. That was on the map. I don't see it. The blob one. So it's either still alive somewhere, or it died a long time ago. You must retire yourself for the night. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. Stone, you take care of yourself. We'll do some more Long Death in the morning tomorrow. If you destroy an artifact and the original creator is dead, will his ancestors get angry? Or are they actually inherited as an heirloom? You can't destroy an artifact. You can hide an artifact, but it always remains present in the game world. So even if you atom smash them, I think they just appear on top. But if they don't, then they will reappear on the map if you reclaim it. If you drop it in lava, the same thing will happen, but it might be on fire. Yeah, Yeah, basically, like, the whole point is they are indestructible. You cannot destroy them. Which is why artifact doors are so fucking valuable. Because nothing can destroy them. Yeah, artifact doors are, like, the most valuable thing that you could have in Dwarf Fortress, basically. Pump operator, stingy with resources. Well, walls are also indestructible, unless they're made of wood and the enemy has fire. Because wooden walls can burn. However, drawbridges are not indestructible. There's only one thing in the game that can destroy drawbridges, and I can spoil that if you want. If 2 people ask me to spoil it, I'll tell you. But I've talked about it on stream before. In fact, it's happened on stream before. There's only one creature in the game that can destroy walls. Or, not walls. Drawbridges. Getting my glasses. He is curled up on the ground. Quite happy. Another thing about this kitty since he's here. He's he is the he probably eats better than any other cat I've ever encountered in my entire life. Can't monsters climb over walls? Depends on the wall and the monster and the monster's climbing skill. But they can't climb over overhangs. So if you do 1 tile out on the edge of your wall, they can't climb that. But legendary climbers can climb, I think, up to 3 smooth walls. But plug your ears if you don't want spoilers, and I will lower my hand when I'm done with the spoiler. The spoiler is Dragonfire can destroy raised drawbridges. It's terrifying when it happens. Terrifying. It's just like, yeah, we're safe. Oh, no, we're not. Doesn't matter what material they're made of. Nope. Raised drawbridges. Lots of things can destroy lowered drawbridges. I mean, a fucking troll can destroy a lowered drawbridge. Dwarves melting metal objects. What are you carrying? One's bow. We're doing for metals. But I've had dragons do that. Also, I'm just saying fuck it to the spoilers, so if you don't want spoilers, I don't know. Leave the stream and go watch someone else. But yeah, no, Dragonfire can destroy raised drawbridges regardless of the material that they're constructed out of. They can also make alcohol explode in barrels, which is very fun. Yeah, and if you remove disguises, if you disable disguises in your raw before you start playing, Batmen don't spawn as Batmen, they spawn as nobles. Those are the 2 facts about Batmen that I love in Dwarf Fortress that are kind of Easter eggs. The fact that they only ever attack the dwarf with the highest comedian trait, and they become nobles. if you remove disguises. Line the walls with alcohol barrels, lead them into the room, and watch it blow itself up. I think the dragons are fireproof. But, I mean, maybe the explosions would do it. I mean, the actual, like, hilarity about dragons and everything that I've just said about dragons is they are also, what's the word? Not trap-avoid. So they will just get caught in any cage trap. Doesn't matter if it's made of wood. So you can have just, like, a wooden cage trap, and they'll be like, meh! Big dumb lizards, pretty much. Pretty much. Like, I'm stuck and I can't get out of this. Ah. That's how dragon work. Melting stuff down. Well, at least they have copper. Oh, autumn's come. It's very hard. Prismatic flux. Usually I find it ends up, because dragons can never be truly neutral to other trained animals. The last time I trained a dragon and released it in my fort, it ended up actually dying because it killed one of my dogs. And then the owner of that dog, who was a military dwarf, went and just beheaded the dragon. So it's like shit like that almost always ends up happening. So usually if I catch a dragon, I will just chain them up in a tower and train them and not release them from the chain. And if they lay eggs, then I just put the eggs on pedestals all over the fort. It's more of a trophy instead of a practical use case thing. No health problems. My arse. Sensory nerve damage? Well, that's unfortunate. What do we have in the... Oh, we got everything. Except for powder for casts. Chief Medical Dwarf, do you have any other jobs? No, you don't. Do they fall? I don't know if were creatures are trap avoid. I actually don't know. Usually I find were creatures to be a non-threat usually because I know how to deal with them. Well, they don't really concern me much. And even then, if they do bite a couple dwarves, you just need to check who they bite and keep an eye on it. They're not too difficult to deal with. I personally have like the headcanon that dwarves, what's it called? Cages have some sort of like silencing magic on it or something. You want to get a werebeast trapped in a room near a bar? Well, they'd need to be a member of your fort to do that. Put lots of furniture in your temples, and then get some dwarves to tantrum, and you'll get one. The problem is getting them bit, but, you know, someone just posted this on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. I want to say I'd buy this shirt. Also, wouldn't this be craftsmanship? I'm not gonna like call out inconsistency problems here. Also, I'm sure that that's a lovely tattoo, but just because it's just like an eye and the quarter of a face, that's kind of terrifying. But yes, that is fantastic. Shirts and anything, you'll buy it. You know, honestly, I think that Dwarf Fortress is missing many opportunities to sell merchandise. Also, the incredible Humble Bundle is up to 17 million Canadian dollars, by the way. It's got 2 days left. Could someone tell me what that is in USD? Because I'd love to know. There we go. The ghostly woodcrafter can no longer steal people's pants. We've finally put him to rest. $13.5 million? Damn! It's 10 million British sterling. I think the Canadian number's cooler because it's bigger. Also, really, are we like almost half the amount of British monies? Makes me feel insignificant. You know what's kind of crazy though, is back at the very beginning of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the province of Alberta donated $1 million to like humanitarian resources and such. Like the province of Alberta donated $1 million. British Columbia donated, I think it was 500,000, and Saskatchewan was 100,000. Meanwhile, just like Humble's just like fucking 17 million. It's like, Jesus Christ, video games make a lot of money. It's shit like this that like puts into perspective how big this fucking industry is. Then our little stream, just us, with the Blind is Helping campaign, raised $1,000.02. It's still going. Still going. And the itch bundle, yeah. The itch bundle raised 6 million, I think. Hold on. How much did it raise? Yeah, 6.3 million in 10 days. That's insane. Like, that's insane. Don't piss off big video games, because big video games will win. That's a lot of euros, Bloodcat. Good lord. Also, that's a great bundle, by the way. Like, if you have, like, the money, that's just a very, very, very good bundle. Like, it's worth it alone just to get 1 or 2 of the top games. Like, I bought it basically just for Back 4 Blood. You donated to Blind is Helping. Well, thank you for helping me help. You missed the itch bundle because of school? Well, you can get the Humble bundle. If you do want to buy video games. I mean, I bought it. I bought it mostly for Back 4 Blood. Because Back 4 Blood is like a $79 game here. So I got a good deal on Back 4 Blood, and it came with 40 other games. I also now have like a Satisfactory on Steam. Don't know if I'll ever play it, but I have it now. No, I understand that, Ronald. I'm just saying it's a good bundle for a good cause, you know, because it's essentially just like those developers donating their games to charity, right? Like that's, I don't know. I respect the hell out of that. Also, I've always wanted to play Max Payne 3. I've also always wanted to play Quantum Break, but I also never wanted to pay any money for Quantum Break. So now I have Quantum Break, so I guess I can play it. The amount of time you've been around my stream is the amount of time you've been in school, really? I remember there was a time, there was somebody who comes around the stream sometimes these days. He's still subbed, but doesn't really pop in the chat very often. Who, the first time he subscribed was just like, I just asked a girl out and she said yes. That was the day that he subscribed. Was subscribed for a whole year, and he's like, she dumped me. It's like, officially, I've been subbed to you longer than my longest relationship. I was like, man, I feel bad now. You're most interested in that Pathfinder book? I mean, there's good shit in there. There's some comics too. Like, there's some non-video game stuff in there that's cool as hell. There's a couple tabletop RP stuff. There's the 3D printable map stuff, which also looks kind of neat. That is a lot of yen. It'd be a 27-year sub. Well, I don't think Twitch has been around that long. Although there are some people with like 9 and 10-year subs for channels. Like, I know a guy who has one person that's been subbed to him for 117 months. Which is batshit. Like, that's nuts. Absolutely nuts. Like, that's an unknowable amount of money. Or an unknowable amount of time for me. Like, I can't really wrap my brain around that long. Speaking of subscriptions, that is our first month. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Yeah, I watch Day 9 sometimes. Not much these days, but yeah, I have watched Day 9 many times. Also shook his hand and had lunch at a table that he was at. I won't say I had lunch with him because that's not true. But I was at a lunch event that he was at too. I don't think he would know who I was. I'll put it that way, but might as well. Well, thank you, Trash Battery. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. And enjoy the dwarfs and the emotes and whatnot. All right, let's trade with these dwarves. It was a huge inspiration to you? I think Total Biscuit was probably the biggest for me. I don't think I'd be in this industry if it wasn't for TV. It's kind of sad. Every now and again, I'll mention TV and I'll have somebody go, "Who's Total Biscuit?" And then I'll be like, type in LOL. That's Total Biscuit. Rest in peace, you crazy bastard. You're still missed. Fuck these wooden shields. Those. I mean, like, if you started watching video games on the internet in, like, 2019, 2020, I mean, it's very likely you wouldn't know who. Once a week, he was the #1 stream on Twitch. Every week. You know, it's kind of funny, guys. I'm not generally the kind of streamer who's just going to sit here and be like, yo, buy this thing, buy this thing. I'm not really that kind of person usually. But, man, like, that Ukraine charity bundle is just too incredible to not, like, yell you should try it. Like, fucking RPG Maker's in this thing. Like, some photo software. Music software, 3D, like, there's so much. There's so much. Hard not to recommend it. And Aban Bomrekkurmer says, I am Eliason from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. What requests do you have of our merchants? Why does that make you sad that we're not the primary demographic for games anymore? The thing that makes me sad is that Twitch doesn't like split out the website into like a, yo, if you just really want to watch weird people sleep, go to this other website. I wish Twitch would just like make sleeping streams against the rules and just remove them. RPG Maker is what convinced you. That's what pushed you over the line. Not the greatest game engine in the world, but it's fun to mess around with. Aban says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. No, they aren't. Twitch has a directory for them. It's called I'm Only Sleeping. They were against the rules, but there's this like logic that Twitch streamers have, which is you can't ban us all. So if every single one of the biggest streamers on the platform all start doing a thing, unless they're literally going to get copyright struck down for it, which sometimes is the case, unless they literally are going to get content ID'd into the ground and have their channels deleted by, like, I don't know, big company number 45, unless that's going to happen, they literally Twitch will just inevitably make it allowed because, like, they cave. The only thing I don't like about that shit, like, at the end of the day, stream what you want, but what I don't like about it is when people then, and now someone's gonna do it in like 5 seconds, I bet you, but I really hate it when people then pester me to do shit like that. It's like, if other people want to expose their lives to the public to that level, by all means, you are more than welcome to do that, but do not ever ask me to do that. And have enough respect to not ask me to do that. But people will always joke. In private, damn it. In response to what Trash Battery said. Just let me do me in private, where you can't watch. Weirdos. Well, I mean, the just chatting and all that stuff isn't really games, right? It's Twitch. Twitch is not games. Twitch is a live streaming platform that is primarily games, but has a huge audience for everything else. That isn't games. So I would argue that that's not games. You're also a sparkling vampire? Do you burn in the sun? Because I've got like a heat lamp. Beware the UV rays. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I don't know. There's just certain, like, I have lines which I've always had, and I will not cross them. Like, it's kind of funny because I mentioned this earlier, but I was listening to the most recent episode of the Cox and Crendor podcast, which is Jesse Cox and Crendor. You know, Jesse Cox being one of Total Biscuit's old co-hosts, and Crendor being Jesse's friend. OG WoW YouTubers, and they both stream and they both still make lots of content, and Jesse makes video games and other fucking things these days. And Jesse basically said something where he's just like, I don't have the energy to try and compete with what is optimally popular. And there's an amount of dignity that you kind of have to sacrifice to get into that crowd. And he doesn't have the desire to do it. And I completely agree with that statement and feeling. Like, I do not have the energy, nor the desire, nor the will, really, to be mainstream on Twitch. It's like, I like the size that... Yeah, there you go. Cox Jam, you get it. It's like, I like the size that my stream's at. I wish it was bigger, obviously. Like, I think that there is a world where I could get to a point where, you know, instead of having, like, 60 to 100 people watching, we have like 200 to 500. I'd like to get to that point, because at that point it's like you're not just stable like I am right now financially, but like doing well financially, which is kind of the difference between that. It's like the difference between making just below minimum wage, which is about what I make, and like having a career. And that's kind of what I'm targeting and what I'm aiming for, but I don't have the desire to just try and compete with these kids that grew up watching streams after the industry was already up and running and will do literally anything, including sacrifice their parents to get views. And I'm not that kind of person. I can't do that. Like, that whole trend of just fucking anything for views just makes me feel sick. More time live is time to help accrue people watching. We'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping that this new schedule does all right. My biggest concern about this new schedule is finance. Just because of the... I mean, today is kind of an anomaly. Like, everybody on my team raided me today. Except for Kiri. I got a raid from Bellinair, Jess, and FG. So, like, I got 3 raids today. So and also I got a host from Ponce right at the start. Like, everybody hosted and raided me today. So, I mean, if that's a thing that keeps up because I don't stream as often and everybody hosts me when I do stream, that'll certainly help. I don't know about the longer hours, though, necessarily. But we'll see. It obviously would be real nice. My biggest hope is something that we talked about at the beginning of the stream, actually, which is that people will miss me because instead of me being on 5 or 7 days a week, I'm on 3 days a week. So the idea is that people will miss the live streams and then go out of their way to tune into them. And that's what I'm actually hoping for. And I think that's maybe the more likely outcome instead of like necessarily accruing more people. What I really need to do to accrue more people is I need to quit being such a dick. If I was a nicer person, more people would watch me probably. Copper, steel, steel, bronze, iron, iron, steel, steel, iron, iron, silver, copper. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's like an element of dickishness that adds to my character and personality, but too much of that does become a problem. Like, there is a point where it starts to upset people. And me being an asshole is generally tied to me being exhausted or burnt out, which hopefully this schedule will remedy. Yeah, we need a moderate amount of dick, right? Only a moderate amount of dick. If we overdo the amount of dick, that's just too much dick. And then we'll be a Van Dyke. I don't really feel like marrying a woman a quarter my age. You're grumpy when you're tired? No, you know, like the hardest part about... I've talked about this many times. Hardest part about this job is bad days. Because, like, everybody has shitty days at work, right? And when you have shitty days at work, do you even want to talk to your coworkers, let alone, like, be at work right now? It's like, I may have a job where I play video games on the internet, but my fucking God. Dude, some days I just get cranky. And it's like, I don't want to be here. I just want to be anywhere else right now. Because everybody has those days. Even when your job is playing video games on the internet, you get grumpy some days. So hopefully this will remedy that. That's the biggest hope. Is the two biggest hopes is that it'll remedy the me being grumpy and burnt out, and it'll make me want to stream more, because by the time I get to Monday, I will have not streamed for 4 days, and I'll be going, fuck, I hate extroverts and introverts. I hate all of that terminology. I hate having labels placed on me. People being like, oh, you're an extroverted introvert. It's like, fuck no, I'm just a person. I really hate labels that identify things. Which is funny, because like maybe that's why I'm so bad at tagging stuff. But I hate like personality labels. It's absolute fucking dog shit and bullshit, and I hate it. That's my take on referring to oneself as an introvert. No, you're a fucking meat popsicle. Nah. If I was... Actually, I'm definitely not a meat popsicle because I'm quite warm right now, thank you very much. And sometimes women say that I'm hot. So, in that, I'm more of a meat lava lamp? Although I'm not glowing. So, what is the opposite of a popsicle that isn't a puddle? I don't really want to be a meat puddle. Steak? No. Corn dog. Eh. If I would, like, maybe on a really bad day when I'm cranky and someone tells me I have a stick up my ass, then on those days you could call me a meat corn dog. Am I on the edge of a cliff in this fortress or in real life? Because in real life, no, I'm definitely in a valley. In this fortress, that is a cliff, yes. Sudden change of subject, yes. This is a cliff. This is a giant hole in the ground right here that goes all the way down to a river below. And then you can sing the Billy Talent song, go, into the river below, we're running from the inferno, or something, because they'll think I'm insane. But you'll all know my name. I don't know why I still know the lyrics to that song. Into the river below, we're running from the inferno. They'll think I'm insane, but y'all all know my name. Buying more shields. Yeah, the light blue is like fog. I'm still trying to figure out what the opposite of a meat popsicle is. I'm a meat popsicle, like, between about December 20th and, like, February. That time of year I'm a meat popsicle. The rest of the year I'm definitely not a meat popsicle, but my meat bag. Anyway, yeah, I don't like being referred to as an introvert or an extrovert because it's all just silly. Especially because, like, a lot of that, for, like, the amount of outgoingness that I have. Like, when I was younger, it was just, you're either outgoing or you're not outgoing. But now there's introverts, extroverts, introverted extroverts, extroverted introverts. And to me, that is my take on all that. This is why I don't get along with therapists very well. And psychologists. I've had a couple over the past few years, and it's always just I don't want to talk to you anymore, because you just make me angry. Speaking of things that don't make me angry, we just got some migrants. Look at that! Right up at the front. Beth. Ooh. You're a legendary engraver. Therapist. Describe yourself. Blind. Fuck you. That's about how well I get along with therapists. It's like, quit trying to get in my brain! Mine! Damn it. I had 3 therapists over 2020. Brought a chick. This adorable animal can't work. A small domestic bird. Capable of flying short distances. It is prized for its tasty eggs. He is skinny. His feathers are brown. His skin is copper. His eyes are black. You know, I had to Google what that meant once, Frog Fryer. And it just kind of made me go, you self-examine way too much. Although it's a good way for me to get red flags against people. Hates vows, obligations, and promises, and other binding elements. Well, join the military then. Bind with that. What's this? Another chick! Excellent. Or is that still, that might just be the same one. Back up to 75 dwarfs. But, you know, like, I realize that the anonymity of the internet makes people feel like it's important to have more identifying elements. And that's a large part of, I think, why it bothers me. Is it's... because we have this kind of default anonymity on the internet, you need identifiers and tags and things to, like, stand out and feel unique. And people, like, identity is important to a person, right? But it's like the exact reason why I have absolutely no interest in putting my boring ass sexual orientation into my tags on Twitch. Because I'm not trying to fuck any of you, so it's none of your damn business. What? Want more food? I'm gonna give this guy food. But like that's I don't know. There's a lot of things where it's just like there's finding like-minded people, and then there's just kind of creepy. And it's just like you don't need to know that much information about me. You don't need to like know how my brain works. Shame, winky face. Twitch ain't a dating site. Guess I'll take my flowers and chocolates back to the store for a refund. Time for bed. We'll see you when we see you, Prismatic. Take care of yourself, mate. Ew. What? I think this old man needs some more food. Could have fallen asleep because it's 2:31 a.m. Don't ruin your sleep schedule for me. I mean, I'll be on tomorrow. I mean, you could also nap for 2 hours. I'll still be on. I'm gonna let you guys watch the Dwarfs for a sec. I'm just gonna go give this old man some food. Back in a mo. The cat has to be fed about every hour and a half to 2 hours or so with 1 teaspoon of food. Yeah, I've been like cutting back the ridge because that ridge is just so sketchy. It's like walking along the top of a scree slope. One final thing on this rant about identifiers, though, is my biggest pet peeve and annoyance with this shit is when people start assigning identifiers to you. It's like, yeah, kind of Trash Battery kind of bothered me with that, but it's just like, don't take this personally. It's not against you. Everybody does this. You start talking about yourself or other people or people around you, and then people automatically start assigning like, oh, you're this introverted thing, you're this or you're that, you're this, you're... It's like, stop telling me what I am. You've never met me. You know a few of my personality traits, but that's about it. I really wish that wasn't a thing in current culture. If people want to assign labels to themselves, go ahead. Don't assign labels to other people. It's like I guess kind of the same pet peeves that I had with kind of that era of Tumblr where you'd start talking to somebody and they would introduce themselves as their name and then their 4 mental disabilities, and it's like, I didn't need to know any of that, but okay. Like, whatever happened to privacy? Now it's just like, you introduce yourself by your name, the 3 ways that your brain is broken, and your sexual orientation. It's like, I don't need to know any of that. This is why I'll never understand Zoomers. This is why I'm definitely a millennial. I don't understand kids these days. They're fucking labels. Age, sex, location. Mm-hmm. cool, but anyway. Yeah, exactly. Yahoo Messenger. Okay, I never got an age, sex, location on Yahoo Messenger. TeamSpeak? I did. I'm definitely not. Chat, am I muted? Definitely not muted. All right, well then, it's definitely just Robotic Ronald then. A couple IRC chats. People would very ironically just like write in ASL. ASL is shorthand for age, sex, location. It's basically, how old are you? Can I fuck you? Basically, it's fair to say old school internet slang at this point. Yo, you legal near me? Yeah, exactly. You legal near me? You want to hook up? That's basically what that means. A cow wandering around in here. Probably came with the that's migrant wave. No, it didn't. All right, why is the cow wandering around where it's not supposed? Okay, neither is the horse. Okay, they're putting it back. Perfect. I also have a donkey, apparently. God, there's so many random corpses that we're still dealing with. Does the horse have a name? They don't get names unless I allow them to be pets. So I have Stray Horse, which is not a pet. And I have Stray Horse Foal, which also doesn't have a name. They only get names if they are claimed as a pet. I could make them claimable as a pet. Yeah, we have Stray Horse Foal, and Stray Other Horse. But if you make them available to be pets, then when they die, the dwarf that had them as their pet will get upset and sad when they die. You can't slaughter pets. They become unslaughterable when they become owned by a dwarf. Like, you know, there's mean, and then there's just mean. I mean, you could absolutely, like... Oh, actually, there is one type of animal that you cannot manually assign as pets. It's cats. Cats decide to claim a dwarf, not the other way around. So the player has no control over who the cat becomes the... or who the cat decides be their caregiver. Cat just decides that you're going to be my caregiver now. Cat logic is amazing. They just decide they like a particular dwarf or creature in your fort, and they just then bring them treats in the format of dead rodents. I once had a dwarf who loved cats, but was scared shitless of hamsters, and so the cat just kept bringing it hamster remains, and I'm pretty sure that based on that dwarf's thoughts, that dwarf went insane because of the hamster remains that were constantly in his bedroom. Literally got claimed by a cat, then the cat tortured him to death. Which is kind of amazing. Yeah, I love that cats have one of the most advanced AIs out of all of the animals in Dwarf Fortress. They're like the smartest, most active creatures. Which is pretty great. Tarn must love cats. Well, he owns one. So it's pretty safe to say that Tarn's a cat guy. Scamps is kind of a national treasure as far as I'm concerned. All right. You know very little about him? Well, if you want to learn a little more about him, you could watch the chats I've done with him. There's, I guess, 7 of them on YouTube now, on my YouTube channel. And the last one has Zach in it, too. Although, after the last one, I am convinced that I desperately want to get Tarn to do a guitar stream. You weren't aware that I even had a YouTube channel? Well, my VODs all go up there, but here's the most recent talk I did with them. That was with both of them. Uh-oh, my bot's not responding. Concerning. I gotcha. Well, this is just a test. Looks like my bot's borked. Yep, Firebot is not responding. End program. Weird. Relaunching my bot. You're going to hear some weird background sounds. Apologies about all the Windows boops. Odd. Hydrobot? I don't even know. Oh, you mean Stay Hydrated bot? I banned Stay Hydrated bot. Because Stay Hydrated bot joined my chat without my permission, so I almost immediately banned him. If bots join my chat without my permission, I remove them. Yeah, because it was one of those bots that just joins your chat without your permission, which I am not a fan of. Which actually breaks Twitch's terms of service, because you didn't have any way to remove it, and then they added in a way to remove it. Yeah, I was never a fan of Stay Hydrated bot. It was literally like somebody's viral marketing campaign. That was the whole point of it. I don't know. I was never a fan of that thing. So when you say F, are you talking about Stay Hydrated bot, or did my stream just go offline? Looks like we're still online. When people say F in my chat, I just get like unnaturally concerned. Stream's fine for you. Instant pan, pretty much, yeah. It's just like a streamer who I've watched for years, Scott. He has an emote that's just like, you know, the loading circle spinning. Whenever I see that, it's just like, oh god, what happened? Why are we Oh, we're not buffering. It's just people using emote. But it's like instant panic attack. Well, it's already been used. But at the beginnings and ends of the stream, I play some records, various video game soundtracks that I have on, in physical format on record, and I have rubber ducks that you can put on them. This one. But it's only usually valid for the first like 30-40 minutes of the stream until somebody uses it, and then after that it's good for the whole day. Yeah, so 9 a.m. Pacific, and then I guess, well, I mean, it's 6:45 right now. We'll probably play some more records. About 2 hours. 2 hours, 3 hours, around there. As we'll play a little bit more of this fort. This fort's been pretty eventful today. We haven't actually been sieged, which is a little weird. But it's been pretty eventful outside of that. Congratulations, none. You have won. No one invested in Blockbuster. Forgotten Beast earlier was enough for now. That's not how Dwarf Fortress works. Dwarf Fortress doesn't decide what's enough. Dwarf Fortress just has a bunch of clockwork systems working in the background at their own pace. And depending on your location, you may or may not be more likely to encounter said clockwork systems. Just making sure. Because, like, games like RimWorld, as an example, don't use that, don't have a clockwork system in the background. They just throw stuff at you on a schedule to try and fuck you over, right? Whereas Dwarf Fortress doesn't do that. So I always try and be very clear about that to not confuse people. Yeah, well, they're not, I don't think it's not, they're called storytellers, but yeah, it's just an AI director. Which is my least favorite part of that game. Guaranteed to make the game not fun. Meditate on laws, wooden cage, inspiration. Also, I didn't ever place that ambivalent universe or an adversarial universe. I mean, the game can end up being very adversarial. But the fact that enemies are finite and stuff like that, I think is really cool. Kitty is getting head scratches. Also, in a little bit, I'm kind of looking at the clock, and I'm thinking in about 30 minutes. I've got a whole bunch of 7-day RLs downloaded. Specifically, looking at this, I've got one called Depths of Greed. I got one called Drone Sync, one called Merc's Salvage. I got one called Rogul, and something called Space Tanic, one called Termina, one called The Deep Dreaming, and one called Woe Bloom. Anyway, got a bunch of those. They all look very interesting. I'm gonna be playing some of those in a little bit. Yeah, it's basically a wave survival tower defense game. I don't know why this is stuck, but we'll just rip it down. Let them out. Masterpiece tower cap cage. Hell yeah. One up? Okay. Do I enjoy Caves of Cut at all? I've finished all of the known content. I have 300 hours in it. Hate the game. Terrible game. Awful. Never want to play it again. I love that game. It's great. But fuck that game. But yeah, no. Caves of Cut is a wonderful nightmare, and I love it. It's a very, 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 very good, wonderful nightmare. I think that you understand what I mean when I say I love that game. Fuck that game. Kitty. He's hiding his face. I think, though, probably my favorite of the traditional roguelikes on Steam would be Jupiter Hell. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Kitty, yes. I do actually wonder how much he can see. I know he can see because he does like follow things, looks at them, and watches them as they go by, but I do wonder. Whenever I hear that people just like ignore this menu, I always wonder how they managed to play this game. There you go. Pink fluffy llama is going to go destroy a building. Also, I'm aware I don't need to put supports down here, but I still do. It looks cool. Jupiter Hell is your favorite RL of the RLs that you've played? Yeah, I really, really, really like Jupiter Hell. It's a very underrated game for the quality level that it has. Can they rebuild a partially unbuilt thing? No, it doesn't look like it. Jupiter Hell. The dev is a regular in this chat. I guess I'm kind of biased on that one, but I dump everything that was dropped in the stockpile. You wish it was more widely appreciated? Yeah, reading reviews for that game is sometimes painful. It's like, it's a traditional roguelike, you know? It's a perfectly fair game that, like, pulls no punches and doesn't really fuck around. It doesn't give you any easy meta progression stuff. It's a very hard game. And I think that it almost suffers because it's so dedicated to being the best one of those. Because a lot of people are not used to those, unfortunately. And whenever I see reviews for it where it's just like, has no base building, or like, has no progression, it's like, well, it does. It's your knowledge. And then people get like 30 minutes into the game, don't see any of the cool shit, and they're like, I've seen everything. It's like, my God. It's not a game that you can see everything in 30 minutes. It's a game that you have to play for like 10 hours, finish a run, and then you know how to start seeing the cool shit. I throw out all that stuff because I just stole it. It's ill-gotten gains. I don't like ill-gotten gains. Make a stone stockpile right here. Except it's going to be for something very specific. Just granite. We'll let all of the dwarves run and go fill it up with granite. Except for all of the ones that are dumping stuff. But yeah, Jupiter Hell was the developer who made that also made Doom the roguelike, which is one of the first roguelikes that I got super heavily into. is dressed up exactly like the Doom guy. It's the spiritual successor to a Doom fan game, basically. Although I'm very excited for their next game, because their next game is going to be a successor to their Aliens fan game, which is also great and is also free, which is Aliens RL, which you can go grab on the Chaos Forge website, I guess. It's from like 2012, I think. It's another ASCII roguelike, but it's themed after like a run the fuck away from aliens. Instead of like, you know, rip and tearing through demon hordes. Oh yeah, it's considering it's one of the probably one of the most successful 7-day RLs I've ever played. Probably one of the most successful horror roguelikes I've ever played too. You're really excited for that because you have read every Alien comic? Oh, really? You're a bigger fan of Alien than me. And I consider myself a fan of Alien. Funny thing is you haven't watched any of the films, and it's really? Wow. I mean, realistically, you can watch Alien and Aliens and then don't watch the rest of them. But they're cool. Yeah, there's some of my favorite hard sci-fi out there. Well, horror sci-fi, I guess. Are in a separate community to 3 to 4. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been a big comics reader, though. I do own a couple of Star Trek comics, but the reason I own those is because people just gave them to me. And now they're just kind of like my own heirlooms in a way. This is going to take forever for them to fill this up, but... I don't have plump helmets set to cook, do I? No. Weird. I got a ton of plump helmets. I just need to brew some. They're in a separate canyon? Okay, yeah, no, I got you. Was Alien a film first? It was a film first. It was a film first. The first Alien was H.R. Geiger and Ridley Scott making a masterpiece is what the first Alien is. And then Aliens was made by everybody's least favorite director, James Cameron. Who, you know, made Titanic? That guy? And then, unfortunately, the movies just kind of go downhill from there. But, I mean, Alien 3 has some interesting bits. Yeah, the Pioneers also liked to steal land and murder a lot of people, so Pioneer is not a really good thing to be generally. But, you know, yeah, no, they kind of they get a little they go a bit off the rails, I think is a good way to put it. And they go off the rails in kind of fun ways in 4 and 5. But like Covenant is not a good movie. Like I'm glad I watched it, but it's not a good movie. And then Prometheus is like has some cool monster design, but also is not a great movie. It's not a bad movie, but it's also not a great movie. But for me, I just like alien things killing astronauts on a weird planet. So you know what? Fuck it, I'm down. So it's a weird universe. And the games are almost as inconsistent as the movies, and I don't know. I wish that it got more tender love and care. Instead, it just gets, we need this to print more money thrown at it occasionally, and it never does. Maybe you'd think they'd learn after a while, but nope. I mean, I guess James Cameron did make fucking trees cool. That's the one thing that he did do. He made the world unanimously agree that very tall blue people and stealing the story of Pocahontas and making them fuck trees is cool. That's one thing that we do know for certain. Very high definition trees. Have you watched that movie in the last decade? The movie came out in 2009. Doesn't look very good. That movie's kind of ugly, actually. Because CG doesn't age. Also, like, when is Avatar 2 out? Isn't that like this year? Avatar 2. Yeah, that's out this year. What's the release date for that? Fucking December 16th. Y'all are getting Avatar 2. And Avatar 3, which is already in post-production, is out in 2024. They only hate it if you try and sell it to them. What cat? Vin Diesel's in Avatar 2? Why? Also, I like Sigourney Weaver, but whenever I see this picture of her, she just looks like she's about to, like, she looks like the person behind the camera is pointing a gun at her. Like, that looks like a mugshot of a crazy person. Like, this is a much more normal photo, but for some reason, it's always that one of her just, like, wild-eyed, just like, looks like she wants to murder somebody. Yeah, exactly. If this fucking guy takes one more photo of me, I swear to God. What the fuck is the plot of the Avatar 2? I don't know. Try really hard to not be racist. And glorify colonialism, I hope. Or rather, and not glorify colonialism. But that's just an assumption. Apparently I never set these up as bedrooms? What? Really? Lots of dwarves in this fort still don't have proper bedrooms. What are you doing there, Dwarf? What are you actually doing? Cleaning. What a place to clean. Let's do that again. Does it actually pop you back up? If you want to, what's the word I'm looking for here? If you want to, fire catapults, yes. Because catapults can hit the ceiling. Outside of that, I can't really think of one. Because catapults have this weird, like, up arc trajectory. But outside of catapults, question. Wow, this stuff's getting dumped. What the whatever. Get them dwarves some beds. But I'm making the bedrooms in a very, very specific uniform pattern, and if I break the pattern, it'll make me sad. Cat, you're making me have to sit at a very awkward angle. You know this, right? Cat's gonna give me shoulder pain. I tell my mom, be like, I don't want to take the cat anymore. She'll be like, why not? And I'll be like, because you made my back hurt. What? Are there monsters that can fly? Yes. But you know what can't fly? Actually, guess what? This is a type of monster that's very popular in popular media that you definitely know exists. Very common in fantasy that normally can fly. But in Dwarf Fortress, they can't. Dragons, yeah, there you go. Dragons can't fly. Cave dragons can fly, though. Also, while I'm talking about dragons, it's only cave dragons can fly. Fun fact, and this is also true, is there are no dragons in Skyrim. Which is my the most like, huh? Hot take that I have, but it is true. There is not a single dragon in Skyrim. They're all wyverns, and it drives me nuts that people fucking call them dragons. They ain't goddamn dragons. You never seen a fucking dragon before? Jesus Christ. Dragons have 4 legs and 2 wings. Wyverns have 2 wings with fingers on the end of them. And 2 legs. There isn't a single dragon with 4 legs. They're also Thomas the Tank Engine. This is true. But. It's a very Thomas the Tank Engine shaped wyvern. And sometimes they also have hats on and they say, oh, yeah! But that's, you know. I don't even know what that is. The I don't even know what that. There's too many E's in that word. I was never a huge fan of Skyrim, so. Really? I don't believe I've played Morrowind in like 2 decades, so. I definitely played a good amount of Morrowind at my friend Scott and Jeff's house. Friends. Definitely enjoyed that. It was fun at the time, but I don't remember a whole lot of it, I'll be honest. I'm sure it ages just fine, but. That's a lot of gubbin. Huh. There's a population of 10 in that tomb. All 10 of them? I mean, it could be a mummy. Sometimes it's a mummy. Not always, but sometimes. No, a mummy, not a mommy. Mommy is different than mummy. Giddy is sitting up. Hi. What's up? Would you like to say anything to the people? Anything to say? Just meow again. Come on. The chat will love it if you meow. He's microphone shy. Oh. I don't know if you got that. You got a nuzzle. It just seems kind of perplexed. I don't know if you guys got his hello, but... He can't have treats. They upset his tummy. But although I think all of this cat's food is treats, this cat lives off of raw bison and kangaroo meat. So his food is like a combination of raw bison, like internal organs, like raw bison innards, and kangaroo meat. Dude eats like a fucking king. Doesn't need treats. Czar Nicholas! Hey, yo, dude. What's up? Welcome back for a 4th month. Gonna get a round of beers for Czar Nicholas. Good to see you, dude. All right. Let's do another round of beds around this side. It's quite eclectic. Fun fact. Kangaroo meat is the least allergenic meat that, like, for cats in existence. A very common cause of death for cats is they develop allergies to their food. Dropping in to give the prime cheers, dude. Thank you much. If you're popping out, we'll see you till we see you next time, yeah? But it's one of the main causes of death is cats become allergic to their food. So if they eat the same thing all the time, they can actually develop allergies to their food. And then it's like, they're not like terrible allergies or anything, but it makes them sick, and then it makes them throw up. Then they lose weight, and then they waste away. This guy was doing that about 4 or 5 years ago. Everything would just make him throw up. Everything. It was driving my parents insane. Let's just do 50. And it was driving my parents insane. And they were thinking about getting him put down. They asked the vet, they were like, well, like, what is our options for food? And they said, well, we have this super fancy, like, cat medicine foodstuffs that you could give them. But it was, like, ridiculously expensive, right? It was, like, hundreds of dollars per month to feed this cat. Yeah, literally. Let's, like, feed them literally solid gold. And my mom just, like, went and looked up the ingredients of this super fancy-ass dry food. And it's like, oh, it's bison and kangaroo meat. And then looked up how much raw bison and kangaroo meat cost at the pet store. It was like a quarter of the amount. So they just started buying that stuff. And he loves it. And he fattened back up, and he's healthy now. I mean, he's very slender. He's still kind of slender and, like, tipsy and old cat mode, but like, he's alive, so yay for that. Back to making granite blocks. To put it down to there. Ironically, it's like, I could also be working on this over here, but... Avatar 2 is technically a Disney movie now? I mean, the first one felt like a Disney movie. But yeah, you're not wrong. Disney won't go to war with Amazon. One of them will buy the other one, and then they'll go to war with Tencent. Or Google. It's the day that Amazon turns around and buys Disney that I will truly freak out. Google will probably leave Earth before they mess with anyone else. They mess with people every day, dude. Also, welcome back, audio. I would also just like to mention this one more time because I think it's very amusing. The first band I saw last night walked out on stage with a mug of tea the size of her head. With like 4 tea bags in it. It was just like her and a guitar, basically, and a microphone. But it's just like, I'm so used to seeing bands just like walk out on stage with like cans of beer, various formats of alcohol, or like bottles of Jack Daniels if it's the right band. And she just walks out with like a mug like this big with like a bunch of tea bags. It's like the difference between hearing the music I'm used to seeing live and then just like super somber shoegaze and post-rock. It was just way too amusing to me, so I just had to keep bringing that up. Also, like, Walmart's a big company, but, like, come on, they're not that big. They're not, like, Amazon comparable. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Big fucking blobby boy is back. I thought it was dead, but it's not. Lock everybody inside. The blob of mud, yes. Ika. Very accurate name. Great blob composed of mud. It has a long curly tail and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its deadly dust. Its dust makes them unable to breathe, and then they die. Wonder where he's been hanging out this whole time. It also seems to be, yeah, literally Big Chungus. It seems to be able to fly, too. He's been eating giraffes? Then I would have seen him, because he would have been on the surface. No, he's probably been hiding in, like, some random corner of one of the cavern layers. Are blobs intelligent or just mass feral and hungry? Forgotten Beasts is what this is, and Forgotten Beasts are all the same. Forgotten beasts are just creatures from the time before time. They're just basically giant wild animals that are very, very, very hungry, like you said. They're like the hungry, hungry hippos of the underground. And sometimes they are actually a hippo. Also, I just want to say thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. You know, these are long-ass streams that we do. I'm happy that we're, you know, plucking away at a hippo who shoots webs out of God knows where. Its nose, obviously. I mean, nothing is more frightening than the huge skinless ass. So you're washing all of the ichor off of it. I kind of wish it would just melt in the mud. That would be way too funny. I'm kind of tempted to just throw my squads at it, but I saw how quickly it decimated my other squad, and that was a squad of much better dwarves. All right, let's cover it in flour and dry it out. I wish. Beat it with sticks till it crumbles? No, because the problem is it'll just expel its deadly dust on my dwarves, and then they will cease to be able to breathe, and then they will suffocate. We can't really fight it. I don't have any... If I had zombies, I could fight it with zombies. Or I could drop something heavy on its head, but, like... I don't think we could do that accurately. I'm kind of just waiting until the next Goblin Siege arrives. And hoping it'll go after him. I can't tell if you're memeing or if you're telling me to send all of my dwarves into an unnecessary death, but no. I'm not going to do that. What is that? Oh, that's its, That's its, what's it called? Deadly dust. All the blue stuff in the river. It is indeed gassing the river. I mean, we got sieged once the last time I played. We are at war with 2 different goblin factions. That's definitely a big nope cream. Alright, so we've got a dwarf who's in a strange mood, who claims a craftsdwarf's workshop. Yeah, look at this fucking thing. This thing is terrifying. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Fucking stupid dwarf. Rip Seeker, by the way. Jumped into the river and now it's dead. I'm not sure why he did that, but that's my bad. I forgot to turn off the squads. One of them decided to go and try and do something down here because they get to ignore burrows, and I haven't set them into the burrow. So Seeker tried to 1v1 it, and he croaked. Also, my brewer's been missing for a week, apparently. Is my burrow too big? No. Military dwarves simply ignore burrows. Fitting end. Glad something fits. You're right there. Why are you always right there? Is there so many? Hold up. I feel like, because sometimes they just like cancel and drop the boulder that they're carrying. Sometimes they don't. I will never fully figure out why. Yes, Seeker died. That's why I stated out loud, well, you're dead, Seeker. I'm not sure how else I could make that any clearer. Aside from by, like, bluntly stating, well, that dwarf is dead. Yes, that dwarf is dead. Ten and a half hours. There we go. Now I can unsuspend that. I don't care if he does or doesn't. Haven't really been paying attention to him. Unfortunately, I've got bigger concerns right now. Currently, Strange Mood Dwarf who claims a Crafts Dwarf shop is like null minus -50 on the priority list currently. Taking a glance, though. Seems like it. Still moving. Not dead. Okay, well. Now we can follow him because the gates are shut. But probably. Seems like it so far. Yep, it's got everything he needs. Date palmwood logs, gizzard stones, tetrahedrite gizzard stones, cave spider, or giant cave toad bone, 2 pieces of granite. Depends on what you're fighting with and what materials you have. What is better? 3 completely different weapon types. There really is no best weapon type in Dwarf Fortress except for whips, and whips are so broken OP that you shouldn't use them. You okay there, Kit? You just went, meow. Well, Forgotten Beastie is climbing up the other side of the cliff. Coming to fart on my city? It's not noxious gas, it's deadly dust. Totally different. Absolutely, yeah. One of them is like exhaling and dust go everywhere, and then the other one he's farting. There's no farting going on. He's just expelling dust. So it's more like he's coming to shed on my city. Less of a city and more of a... We're technically a village right now. The 72 dwarves in Mothfall. Sometimes I have to say some dumb shit while I'm playing this game, and I can't even. I don't actually know how Red Octobear died. I'm assuming Red Octobear died to the Forgotten Beast, though. Doran, the Woodburner, has created Mukar Lushtit. Lushit. A granite amulet. And claims it is an heirloom in the name of the... Or claims it is a family heirloom. No ancestors necessary. It's worth 1,000... The Sadness of Guilt. Ooh. It's worth 14,400. This is a granite amulet. All craft store ship is of high quality. It is encrust with saltpeter cabochon and decorate with cave, toad, bone. I don't know why I'm doing this voice. It is encircled with bands of rectangular granite cabochons and date palm wood. This object menaces with spikes of granite and tetrahedrite. What a fucking name, though. Sadness of Guilt. Are you okay, Dwarf? I shall name you the Sadness of Guilt, and that was very satisfying. Are you guilty about anything? No, but you worship Stool, the superior covers. Who the fuck is Stool? Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with victory, war, and fortresses. Eh. What a weird artifact name. Maybe it's sad about the concept of guilt. Perhaps. He's conquered guilt and convinced it to cry. Maybe he has a friend named Guilt who's also very sad. Man, it'd be really nice if, like, the goblins would just invade. I'd like to see this Forgotten Beast decimate a goblin army. Oh, what is that? A monitor lizard. Man, I yawned and my back hurt. That's a new one. Ooh, that's a bad sensation. Not a fan of that. Goblins that are not part of goblin factions, yes. The problem with... that's a funny... I don't know what that's from. But that's... it looks vaguely familiar, but... Good rendition of the mud monster. Anyway, goblins that are part of goblin factions are controlled by demons from the underworld. So they are inherently evil and hell-bent on destruction. It's kind of like trying to befriend Satan. They'll always betray you. Ah, that's why it looks vaguely familiar, but I don't actually know what it is. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat. Huh? Oh. What? Did it? Where did it go? Oh, it's in a tree. Okay. I mean, you can, if you figure out where the demon is, you can siege that spot and fight with it, yeah. You can also just go find them underground, too. Also, hey, Lord Floof. Sometimes the muscles in your foot just randomly start wiggling. I think that's called a spasm. Muscle spasm. Your skeleton is hatching. Can't be, I already hatched when I fell down the stairs last. This is a conversation I never thought I would read. But First time for everything, I suppose. I love the fact that the outpost liaison is just hanging out in the middle of the military. Okay. The fact that this thing is just hanging out in a tree is like kind of amazing to me. So chat, how do you guys feel about moving from dwarfs to some 7-day RLs? If there was a giant blob anywhere near you, you'd hide the military too. Yeah, definitely. Now you're right, Tibia's bone marrow is made of steel and it's pretty cool, but you can tell when the weather's about to change. Metal detectors love you too. To 7-day RLs. 7-day RLs are, well, this. It's a game jam that happens annually. And these are all free roguelikes that were made in 7 days. There's quite a few of them. Yeah, I think we're gonna swap over to that now. So we'll kind of leave this on a bit of a cliffhanger. We'll pick her back up tomorrow in the afternoon, but with that blob in the tree. So, blob. We'll deal with that tomorrow. But until next time. That's it for the Crimson Pulley segment of the stream.